Chapter 34:19. The corpse head continent was as quiet as ever. Due to the deterrence of the corpse head ghost, few people from the surrounding continents dared to come here. However, in the past few days, there were many figures moving around at the edge of the corpse head continent. Shaw shaw shaw. Footsteps could be heard in the forest. The sword-wielding man and the black-armored man's expressions changed slightly as they looked up. When they saw the person coming, they were overjoyed. Lord Bai. The person who came was wearing a white robe. He was Lord Black's life and death brother, and also Lord Black's right-hand man. His status was as high as Lord Black's. Big Brother has something important to do and can't come in person. I brought him here to have a look. The two nodded and immediately told Lord Bai about the abnormality they found. The latter nodded and said, "Now, what we need to do is to capture a zombie and ask about the situation of the corpse head continent from it." The three of them lurked in the wilderness, looking for zombies. However, after half a month, they did not find any movement of zombies. The aura of zombies in the air is getting fainter and fainter, and we haven't found any traces of zombies for half a month. This is absolutely abnormal. Lord Bai could already be sure that the corpse head continent was in danger. Let's go. Lord Bai got up and led the two of them quickly. 3 months later. There was a hidden island thousands of miles away from the core mansion. Huff, the sword-wielding man and the black-armored man panted as they rushed from outside the island. Lord Bai, we've found out the news, the sword-wielding man said. We've done everything possible and got the news that a few months ago, there was a shocking battle on the corpse head continent. After that battle, the corpse head ghost never appeared again, and even the zombie cavalry army mysteriously disappeared, the black-armored man said. A shocking battle? Hearing this, Lord Bai's eyes flickered. Could it be that the corpse head ghost was killed? Thinking of this, a trace of excitement flashed in Lord Bai's eyes. At the same time, a bold idea appeared in his mind. The core mansion. Stop right there. At the entrance of the mansion, there were 2 guards staring at Lord Bai and the other 2 with fierce eyes. Ancient Immortal Continents by Wu Yun is here to visit the corpse head ghost. Lord Bai said with a smile. His lordship is currently in seclusion. You should all return, the guard said. Master Bai had been observing the guard's expression. Although the guard's expression changed very slightly, Master Bai still caught it. What? Is this how the corpse continent treats its guests? Master Bai said in a deep voice, a friend has come from afar, but the corpse head ghost doesn't come out to receive him. How laughable. Hearing this, the guard immediately attacked. Scram. Lord Bai purposely angered the guards, and then took the opportunity to attack. Boom. Lord Bai suddenly punched the 2 guards and sent them flying. The commotion here alarmed the butler. What happened? The butler's body was filled with a powerful pressure as he stared at Lord Bai. I was wondering who it was. So it's Bai Wu Yun from the ancient Immortal Continent's Black Cloud Mansion. The steward said, the 2 of them are right. Master is currently in seclusion, so it's not convenient for him to receive guests. Please leave quickly. Bai Wu Yun didn't leave. He looked at the steward mockingly. The more he said this, the more he felt guilty. I represent the ancient Immortal Continent's Black Cloud Mansion to personally visit the corpse head ghost. If I don't see him, how can I report back? Bai Wu Yun said. What? Using the Black Cloud Mansion to threaten me? The steward frowned. A mere Black Cloud Mansion dares to be arrogant in the corpse continent. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't scram, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although the Black Cloud Mansion was one of the strongest mansions in the ancient Immortal Continent, it was only a mansion. How could it compare to the corpse continent? If that's the case, before he could finish, Bai Wu Yun attacked. Skyblade. Bai Wu Yun shouted in a low voice, and a battle saber appeared in his hand. He activated all the strength in his body and slashed out. Bang! 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 In the void, the saber flashed, and a terrifying aura tore the sky. The steward's defense was instantly shattered, and his body flew backward. However, just as he was about to fall to the ground, he was caught by a pair of hands. Mph, the corpse continent is just SOSO. Bai Wu Yun sneered. You The steward was furious. He was about to fight with all his might, but he was stopped. Master, the steward turned around and was overjoyed when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at by Wu Yun. His right. How can a mere Black Cloud Mansion compare to the corpse continent? Even if the Black Cloud Mansion's mansion master comes, he won't be able to do anything, let alone you. Kid, who are you? Bai Wuyun frowned and asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I'm the one who killed you. Whoosh. A sword light shot out from Fang Chen's body at lightning speed. Bai Wuyun didn't even have time to dodge before he was hit by the sword light. Crack. His body suddenly exploded, and the yang essence in his body was directly shattered by the sword light. The sudden change stunned the sword-wielding man and the black-armored man. After a short moment of being stunned, they trembled. It's too powerful. The power of that sword is even stronger than Master Black's. The sword-wielding man sensed the powerful sword chi fluctuation, and his heart was filled with despair. Poochie. Fang Chen waved his sleeve and blasted the two into pieces. Master, aren't you in seclusion? The steward asked, his heart trembling. Just like that, a young Yuan realm martial artist was casually killed. Fang Chen didn't answer the steward's question. Instead, he asked, give me all the information about the ancient immortal continent. The steward took out a booklet and handed it to Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen closed the booklet. He had a rough understanding of the ancient immortal continent. The Black Cloud Mansion's mansion master will definitely know that I killed the people of the Black Cloud Mansion. Instead of letting him come to the corpse continent to find trouble with me, I'd better go and meet him first. During this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a new level. He had cultivated the heavenly star sword art to the 3rd level, and its power had increased. He had also comprehended the 2nd level of the Apocalypse painting scroll. He felt that he would comprehend the 4th sword soon. He just needed an opportunity. In fact, there was another reason why Fang Chen wanted to go to the ancient immortal continent. It was the immortal refinement master. He was one of the 2 giants of the ancient immortal continent, a perfected yin-yang essence realm powerhouse. In addition, he was also a blacksmith who could refine holy treasures. The hidden star sword was broken and hadn't been repaired. If he could get the help of the immortal refinement master to repair the hidden star sword and let it absorb the termination spiritual liquid, it would become a holy treasure. Master, the steward still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. After I leave, you'll be in charge of everything on the corpse continent, Fang Chen said. Ancient immortal continent, Black Cloud Mansion. Bang! In the quiet study, a heavy voice came out. The mansion master in black had a ferocious face, and his eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. Second brother, he said through gritted teeth. HMPH, corpse head ghost, how dare you kill my second brother? I'll never forgive you. He wanted to go now to avenge his second brother. However, his rationality told him that now was not the time. Thump. Thump. At this moment, a servant walked in. The Black Cloud Mansion master asked, how's it going over there? Palace master, the ancient immortal continent has completely explored the place where the Primeval Sovereign fell. Many reclusive powerhouses have also entered the place to search for opportunities. The servant said in a low voice. It said that the immortal refinement master has also entered. The Black Cloud Mansion master nodded. What about the Julan King? We haven't found his whereabouts. The Black Cloud Mansion master raised his eyebrows, but he soon calmed down. Get ready. We'll leave in 3 days. Yes, Lord. After the servant left, the Black Cloud Mansion master's eyes were filled with killing intent. Corpse head ghost, I'll let you live a little longer. When I return from the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died, I'll definitely avenge my second brother. On a mountain peak. You should be familiar with the ancient immortal continent. Do you know where the Black Cloud Mansion is? Fang Chen asked. Chen Su nodded. Although I'm not from the ancient immortal continent, I followed my grandfather here a long time ago and trained for 100 years. I'm quite familiar with the place. The Black Cloud Mansion is very famous in the ancient immortal continent. Of course I know where it is. Chen Su said. However, the Black Cloud Mansion Master is very powerful. Chen Su shook his head and smiled. Fang Chen was even more powerful. Senior, although you're very powerful and don't fear the Black Cloud Mansion Master, you still have to be careful. It's said that the Black Cloud Mansion Master is a descendant of an almighty who survived the Battle of the Gods in the ancient times. Chen Su reminded him. I know what to do. Under Chen Su's lead, they finally arrived at the Black Cloud Mansion's territory after traveling day and night. The Black Cloud Mansion is not far ahead, Chen Su said. Fang Chen frowned. His divine sense was very powerful, so he could hear some of the discussions around him. The place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died. This news had spread throughout the ancient immortal continent. Almost everyone knew about it. After stopping for a while, Fang Chen walked toward the Black Cloud Mansion. Inside the Black Cloud Mansion. Bang! Fang Chen charged into the Black Cloud Mansion in a barbaric and violent manner. Kill him for me. Many martial artists surrounded Fang Chen, but their efforts were in vain. In the end, they were all killed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen grabbed a servant and asked coldly, "Where's the Black Cloud Mansion Master?" "Spare my life, my lord." The Mansion Master went to the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died not long ago. Fang Chen said, "Hand over all the wealth in the Black Cloud Mansion." "My lord, we're only servants. We can't do it. Only the Mansion Master can open the treasury," the servant said, trembling. "Take me to the treasury." After entering the Yin Essence stage, he needed a lot of resources to cultivate. It was a good opportunity to rob the Black Cloud Mansion. The servant trembled as he led Fang Chen to the treasury. Just as Fang Chen was about to break open the treasury with brute force, a cold voice rang out. Chapter 34:20. A white-clothed figure came over with a sword in his hand. He glared at Fang Chen, wishing he could kill him with his gaze. "Kid, do you know what you are doing?" The white-clothed man leaped and landed on the ground. The flying sword under his feet fell into his hand. A terrifying sword aura emerged from his body, suppressing Fang Chen with a powerful aura. "Of course I know." Fang Chen's expression was indifferent. He ignored the white-clothed man and continued to bombard the door of the treasury. Dong! The continuous fist lights hit the door of the treasury, causing it to shake. "You're courting death." The white-clothed man was instantly enraged. His figure flashed and he swung the sword in his hand. A terrifying sword light whistled out and stabbed towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. "Ph, Lord Jian Tianhu is here. You're dead." The housekeeper suppressed by Fang Chen looked at the white-clothed man with schadenfreude. Fang Chen exclaimed softly when he sensed the sword principle contained within the sword light. This sword technique is not bad. Fang Chen saw through the trajectory of Jian Tianhu's sword technique at a glance. As expected of the God-Fall battlefield, any random sword cultivator can have such exquisite sword techniques. Rip! Seeing the sword light shoot towards him, Fang Chen didn't choose to dodge. He even closed his eyes. Seeing this, Jian Tianhu sneered. "What? Are you afraid?" Jian Tianhu thought that Fang Chen had sensed the power of his sword technique and gave up resisting. He was ready to welcome death. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a strange scene occurred. When the sword ray that was capable of destroying everything in its path collided with Fang Chen's body, it actually only caused his defense to sway slightly before shattering with a loud bang. "What?" Jian Tianhu exclaimed. His sword technique couldn't break through Jian Tianhu's defense. Something's not right. After the shock, Jian Tianhu's sharp eyes discovered the faint sword Dao aura on Fang Chen's body. What kind of sword qi is this? Why have I never seen it before? Although the sword qi on Fang Chen's body was obscure, it contained an extremely powerful force. The more he sensed, the more shocked Jian Tianhu became. Too powerful. What kind of sword Dao is this? As a sword cultivator, Jian Tianhu naturally knew that there were tens of thousands of sword Daos in the world and some were strong and some were weak. His Vajra sword Dao was so sharp that it could tear apart anything in the world. The other sword Daos were also different. If my guess is correct, this should be the Vajra sword Dao, right? Fang Chen grinned. What a pretentious act. Jian Tianho's expression gradually returned to normal as he coldly said. Then, he swung his sword again. This sword strike was mixed with a golden luster, accumulating all the power in his body. I don't believe that you can withstand my fatal blow. Jian Tianho's strength was roughly on par with Bai Wuyun. His Vajra sword Dao was quite sharp, but it was almost impossible for him to break through Fang Chen's defense. Vajra heaven extinguishing, Jian Tianhu roared as the long sword in his hand shot out. It was accompanied by a vast sword light mixed with an incomparably sharp aura as it pierced towards Fang Chen. Looking at the incoming sword light, Fang Chen shook his head. When the sword light neared his chest, he made a crazy move. He gently stretched out his finger and caught the sword light at an unimaginably tricky angle. You're courting death. Jian Tianhu crazily circulated the power in his body and injected it into the sword light. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake his opponent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was the move that made him famous, and it was also his strongest trump card. With this move, he was famous in the ancient immortal continent and was even as famous as the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. Your understanding of sword Dao is too shallow. Fang Chen gently exerted force with his finger and the sword light shattered with a crack. The void shook and the sword qi dissipated. Jian Tianhu also suffered a powerful backlash and retreated. Impossible. I went deep into the core of the God's Fall battlefield and fought with many ancient descendants. I tempered myself in life and death battles. How can you compare to me? Jian Tianhu shook his head, unwilling to believe the truth. Oh! Fang Chen's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had heard of the core of the God's Fall battlefield. Fang Chen's eyelids drooped as he pondered about the core of the God's Fall battlefield. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jian Tianhu slashed out with his sword. Dense sword light filled the air. Seizing this opportunity, he burned his essence blood and fled into the distance. Crack! Fang Chen flipped his hand and shattered the dense sword light in the void. He didn't chase after Jian Tianhu. In his opinion, this person was too weak to be a threat. Fang Chen glanced at the trembling steward beside him. The steward knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life. He learned from the steward that the white-robed man was called Jian Tianhu and was a young essence expert. He was quite famous in the ancient immortal continent. Jian Tianhu is a close friend of the Mansion Lord. He probably came here to take a look. Hearing this, Fang Chen didn't think too much and continued to attack. Crack! After countless punches, the door of the treasury finally opened. After entering the treasury, Fang Chen was also somewhat astonished. He didn't expect the Black Cloud Mansion Lord to have more wealth than the ancient Chaos Sacred Palace. He roughly looked at the weapons, rare materials, pills, spirit herbs, and of course, some secret techniques. Fang Chen frowned. The things in the treasury were good in the outside world, but they weren't attractive to him. It seems that the real treasures are all carried with them. After a while, Fang Chen cleaned out the treasury and left. On a mountain in the territory of the Black Cloud Mansion. These are for you. Fang Chen took out some pills and spirit herbs and handed them to Chen Su. Senior. Chen Su didn't take them but hesitated. What is it? Just say it. Plop. Chen Su knelt on the ground and said, Senior, please accept this junior as your disciple. Get up. An invisible force helped Chen Su up. I already have 2 disciples and don't plan to take any for now. Moreover, I have some enemies in the God's Fall battlefield and don't want to involve you. Not to mention the Black Cloud Mansion Lord, just Lord Mo Dao was enough to give Fang Chen a headache. Senior gave me my life. As long as I can cultivate with you, I'm not afraid of anything. Chen Su said. Fang Chen shook his head and slowly got up, looking into the distance. I'm going to the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell. You go back first. The place where a powerhouse fell was bound to attract many people. Chen Su would be courting death if he went there. The place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell was on the War Demon continent. It was said that the War Demon continent used to be a very powerful continent in ancient times. However, It was one of the main battlefields during the God's Fall War. It was obvious that the War Demon continent was much more dilapidated than the ancient Immortal continent. At a glance, the entire War Demon continent was like an abandoned desert. It was desolate and uninhabited, not even a single building could be seen. The sky was filled with endless smoke. Inside, Fang Chen could feel that he was dreaming of the ancient battlefield. Because of the appearance of the God's Fall battlefield, more and more powerhouses came to the originally desolate War Demon continent. However, the weakest of these people was at the Yang Essence realm. There were even 5 Elements Saint realm powerhouses. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light streaked across the sky as Zhen Tianhu arrived with his sword. He met up with the Black Cloud Mansion Lord in front of a mountain stream. Zhen Tianhu. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord smiled. What's the situation? Zhen Tianhu asked. He was most concerned about the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell. The situation isn't optimistic. The top powerhouses of the surrounding continents have all come. There are no less than 20 peak Yin-Yang Essence Realm powerhouses. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord said in a deep voice, even 3 of Lord Mo Dao's generals have come. I heard from some people who have a good relationship with the divine generals that the appearance of the ancient ruins has even alarmed Lord Mo Dao. Zhen Tianhu's expression changed greatly when he heard the words Lord Mo Dao. What? Lord Mo Dao was the absolute ruler of this territory. He was also a 5 Elements Saint realm powerhouse that surpassed the Yin-Yang Essence realm. If he came, who could compete with him? Didn't this mean that they had no chance of obtaining the inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign? Lord Mo Dao isn't the only one who has come. It's said that that person will come as well. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord whispered in Zhen Tianhu's ear. Zhen Tianhu's eyes widened. After a long time, he gradually recovered from the shock. What do we do now? What chance do we have now that those 2 powerhouses have come? You can't say that. There must be some shocking secret in the ancient ruins. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted Lord Mo Dao. Powerhouses like them will take the strongest items and leave the rest for us to fight for, said the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. After chatting for a while, Zhen Tianhu finally understood the current situation of the Battle Demon continent. Many Yin-Yang Essence Realm cultivators were hiding in groups of 3 to 5. No one was willing to approach the Fallen Land for fear of offending Lord Mo Dao. The Fallen Land will probably open soon. We'll enter after Lord Mo Dao enters, said the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. Zhen Tianhu nodded. His expression changed as he looked at the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. What's going on? The Black Cloud Mansion Lord noticed Zhen Tianhu's abnormality. I passed by your Black Cloud Mansion before coming here, said Zhen Tianhu. Someone started a massacre in your Black Cloud Mansion and looted your treasury. What? The Black Cloud Mansion Lord was furious. I showed myself and wanted to kill him, but he was too strong. If I hadn't escaped in time, I might have died there. His heart was filled with fear as he recalled his battle with Fang Chen. Who was it? The Black Cloud Mansion Lord frowned as his eyes flickered. I don't know him either. He's a young cultivator with profound attainments in the Sword Dao, said Zhen Tianhu. He's only at the Yin Essence realm, but his combat strength is stronger than mine. I suspect that he has some secrets. No matter who he is, he should be prepared to die if he dares to invade my Black Cloud Mansion, said the Black Cloud Mansion Lord coldly. Don't be rash, Zhen Tianhu stopped him. Chapter 34:21. Dong. 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 Standing on the wasteland, Fang Chen could vaguely hear the sound of war drums in the void. It was like the sound of a war horn, making one's heart tremble. Is this the War Demon continent? According to the information that Fang Chen received, the War Demon continent was one of the main battlefields of the Battle of Gods. It was not comparable to the peripheral battlefields like the Corpse continent. Looking at the ruins of the War Demon continent, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. He could imagine how prosperous the War Demon continent was back then. However, it could not withstand the erosion of time. On the ground, sections of bones turned into ashes and merged into the soil. Looking around, broken walls and ruins could be seen everywhere. Buzz! Suddenly, His primordial spirit trembled in his mind. After that, he was suddenly stunned, and then his figure flashed as he found a damaged little hill and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Rip! A formless aura gathered around him, forming a powerful barrier. At this moment, the power of the soul path surged in his mind. His primordial spirit flickered with a bright light. Almost at the same time, he activated the heavenly soul scripture. A moment later, the heavenly soul scripture had completed one cycle in his mind. At this moment, a weak light only lasted for a moment before it gradually brightened. Buzz! Fang Chen could feel that the power of the heavenly soul scripture was condensed into this light. In his mind, a clear trajectory appeared. This light followed the trajectory of the heavenly soul scripture and swam in Fang Chen's mind. Wherever the light passed, the power of the soul path underwent a qualitative leap. After the light had completed one cycle, Fang Chen's primordial spirit finally underwent a change. "Am I going to break through?" Fang Chen murmured. His primordial spirit had already stepped into the corporeal realm. However, it was very difficult to improve it again. Now, with the heavenly soul scripture, he only needed enough energy to improve the strength of his primordial spirit. Moreover, when he first came to the war demon continent, he felt the ancient roar coming from the void and fell into an epiphany. His mind was suddenly enlightened. Therefore, his primordial spirit began to transform. At this time, the power of the heavenly soul scripture was finally revealed. Energy. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Without thinking, he took out all the soul path materials that he had prepared in advance and wildly swallowed them. In a moment, the medicinal effects of these materials gathered in his mind, forming a terrifying vortex that drowned his primordial spirit. Condense. As the heavenly soul scripture, Fang Chen's primordial spirit continuously grew stronger. His body exuded a terrifying soul Dao power. 10,000 miles away, a terrifying demonic beast suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes that were as big as gongs and looked to the side. He sensed an extremely terrifying soul power. What's going? The three-legged demonic beast dragged its huge body and hurried towards the source of the soul Dao energy. It soon discovered Fang Chen. A human the demonic dong beast demonic soul demonic soul soul demonic of the demonic soul the demonic beast. A mere yin origin realm a demonic realm martial a mere yin a yin dems a yin realm. The three-legged demonic beast rolled its eyes, as if it had thought of something. He licked his dry lips and said sinisterly, "No matter what secrets you have, I'll know them once I kill you." After it finished speaking, the three-legged demonic beast suddenly moved, causing the ground to tremble. Its huge body charged straight for the small hill. As it approached Fang Chen, it clenched its claws into a fist and punched at Fang Chen. Rip! However, at this critical moment, Fang Chen, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a terrifying light burst out, causing the world to lose its color. "Get lost!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. A layer of frightening soul Dao fluctuation was released from his mind. It instantly hit the three-legged demonic beast. Bang! The latter didn't even have time to defend itself before its huge body was blasted away. Roar! The three-legged demonic beast on the ground roared angrily. It got up and continued to attack. "You are seeking death." Fang Chen's murderous intent surged. His eyes flickered as he circulated the heavenly soul scripture. The terrifying soul Dao energy formed the strongest attack on the three-legged demonic beast. The latter's body trembled when Fang Chen's soul Dao energy struck it. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen swung his sword. Crack! The red glass sword carried boundless energy as it chopped off one of the three-legged demonic beast's legs. The three-legged demonic beast let out a miserable shriek. It looked at Fang Chen in horror, its entire body turning cold. "Human, this is a misunderstanding." The three-legged demonic beast begged for mercy in the human language. Clearly, the three-legged demonic beast knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. No matter what, the three-legged demonic beast was a peak expert in the Yang Essence stage. However, this human cultivator before it sent it flying with just a glance. Furthermore, The sword strike that followed was a stroke of genius, making its heart tremble. "I'm just passing by. I didn't mean to disturb you." Feeling Fang Chen's murderous intent, the three-legged demonic beast hurriedly said. Fang Chen ignored the three-legged demonic beast. Holding the red glass sword, he continued forward. Seeing this, the three-legged demonic beast finally felt the threat of death looming over it. It hurriedly took out a jade pendant and threw it to Fang Chen. "Human, I got this jade pendant from an ancient relic. It contains a technique. Take it as my apology. Let's stop here. What do you think?" At this critical moment, the three-legged demonic beast couldn't care less. Fang Chen took the jade pendant, glanced at it, and put it into his pocket. Swoosh! The red glass sword danced and slashed out. The three-legged demonic beast's body instantly exploded. "Human, you lied to me." The three-legged demonic beast's angry roar echoed in the terrifying torrent, as well as its unwilling voice. The God's Fall battlefield was extremely dangerous. Those who could survive in such a harsh illusion were basically vicious and merciless people. If Fang Chen had been weak, the three-legged demonic beast definitely wouldn't have let him go. Thus, Fang Chen killed him without the slightest hesitation. This jade pendant is quite strange. Fang Chen's powerful consciousness penetrated the inside of the jade pendant, but he didn't find anything. "My primordial spirit is infinitely close to the saint realm after cultivating the heavenly soul scripture. Why can't I check it?" Fang Chen frowned. Although cultivating the heavenly soul scripture had improved his primordial spirit a lot, it was still some distance away from the saint realm. "As long as I can find soul path treasures, it's only a matter of time before I enter the saint realm." Now, his primordial spirit was much stronger than the peak of the corporeal realm. It could be called the half-saint realm. There was a lot of noise just now. "Let's leave first." Fang Chen leaped and disappeared into the void. Not long after he left, there were several whooshing sounds. Several warriors appeared on the small hill. I clearly felt a terrifying soul path power fluctuation just now. Why did it suddenly disappear? That's the body of a three-legged demonic beast. There was a fierce battle here. The three-legged demonic beast should have been killed by a human warrior. Several people discussed spiritedly. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. He stared dumbfoundedly at the three-legged demonic beast's body. "Look!" Hearing his voice, everyone's eyes fell on the three-legged demonic beast's body. The three-legged demonic beast's body was pierced by a sword. "Look at the damage. It's very neat." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Could it be Sword Tianhu? After leaving the small hill, Fang Chen headed west. The place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell should be in front, right? Fang Chen murmured. Along the way, he encountered many human warriors, but he didn't fight with them and just hurriedly passed by. After all, the ancient ruins were about to open. Everyone was preparing for battle and didn't want to cause trouble. Whoosh! Fang Chen leaned against a broken stone pillar and sat down to rest. "Little friend." Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Fang Chen instantly looked around vigilantly. He suddenly discovered that a white-haired old man had appeared behind the stone pillar at an unknown time. Strangely, the white-haired old man was clearly behind him, but he couldn't sense the slightest aura. This set off stormy waves in Fang Chen's heart. "A five-elements Saint Realm expert?" Fang Chen murmured. The white-haired old man looked at Fang Chen with a smile. "I didn't know Senior was here. Junior has disturbed you. Farewell." Fang Chen cupped his fists and prepared to leave. "I've followed you all the way and wanted to talk to you. You won't even give this old man face?" The white-haired old man said gently. Fang Chen was startled. He stared at the white-haired old man in disbelief. Thinking about it, it was probably because the battle with the three-legged demonic beast was too great that it attracted the white-haired old man's attention. Being stared at by the white-haired old man, Fang Chen's scalp went numb, as if all his secrets were seen through. After a long while, the white-haired old man withdrew his burning gaze and sat beside Fang Chen. "You're at the yin essence stage, but you have the battle strength of the yang essence stage, and your battle strength is extremely strong. Most importantly, Your primordial spirit is stronger than an ordinary warrior at the peak of the Yang essence stage. Even an ordinary warrior at the peak of the yin-yang essence stage might not necessarily be stronger than you. The white-haired old man said slowly. Moreover, I sensed a special aura on your body. If I'm not wrong, you should be from the ancient chaos, right? What? Fang Chen trembled and stared at the white-haired old man, dumbfounded. He actually knew about the ancient chaos. Was he an expert in the history of the sacred palace? Senior, may I ask if you're an ancestor of the human race in the ancient chaos? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The white-haired old man shook his head gently. I'm not. Then, I once met a person who came from the primordial chaos. He had the same aura as you, an incomplete supreme law. Hearing this, Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Senior, may I know who you met? I don't know him either. I only caught a glimpse of him back then. The white-haired old man said. Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. Did the white-haired old man follow him all the way just to tell him this? Senior, may I know why you're looking for me? The white-haired old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, It's nothing. I just want to form a good relationship with you. Fang Chen was stunned. Chapter 34:22. On a broken mountain. A golden-robed old man stood with his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. Mr. Long, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord, stood respectfully behind him. Not long ago, a mysterious cultivator came to my Black Cloud Mansion and started a massacre. My good brother, Jian Tianhu, passed by and tried to stop him, but he couldn't. In the end, he paid a heavy price and burned his essence blood to escape. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord said in a deep voice. That person's strength is at least at the peak of the Yang origin stage, and he might even be at the peak of the Yin-Yang origin stage. That's why I ask Mr. Long to kill him. The Black Cloud Mansion was his route. Since this person dared to start a massacre in the Black Cloud Mansion, there was an irreconcilable enmity between them. A cool breeze blew by, and Mr. Long's golden robe fluttered in the wind. However, he didn't say anything and remained silent. Mr. Long, do you remember 100 years ago? At this point, Mr. Long's expression finally changed. He turned around and looked at the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. After thinking for a while, he said, I did owe you a favor. His thoughts were pulled back to 100 years ago. After a long while, Mr. Long sighed and nodded. Do you know anything about him? The Black Cloud Mansion Lord was secretly happy. Mr. Long had agreed to his request. With Mr. Long's help, that person would definitely die. I've never seen him before. According to my good friend, Jian Tianhu, this person's cultivation is only at the Yin origin stage, but his combat strength is extremely strong. Jian Tianhu, who's also a sword cultivator, couldn't even block a single strike from him, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord said. Mr. Long frowned and fell into deep thought. He knew Jian Tianhu's strength. He was barely at the late stage of the Yang origin stage, and there was still a gap between him and the peak of the Yang origin stage. That person was able to force Jian Tianhu back with a single strike, so he was at least at the peak of the Yang origin stage. He's only at the Yin origin stage, but he can unleash the combat strength of a peak Yang origin stage cultivator or even half a step into the peak of the Yang origin stage. Mr. Long fell into deep thought. There were only 3 possibilities for such a thing. First, this person had a secret and hid his aura. Second, this person's sword technique was passed down from a 5-elemental Saint Realm expert. Third, this person's sword was a saint treasure. Other than that, Mr. Long couldn't think of anything else. His eyes flickered. No matter what the situation was, as long as he could kill him, he would definitely reap great rewards. My current cultivation base has reached the great perfection level, but I've been unable to make any progress. If I can get my hands on the secret cultivation technique, I might be able to reach the peak of the great perfection level. Mr. Long, I'm guessing that guy will definitely come to the Battle Demon Continent. We just need to wait for him to show up, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord said with a smile. Mr. Long nodded. You and Jian Tianhu go and investigate his whereabouts. Once you've finished your investigation, inform me. Who is this white-haired old man? Fang Chen was very puzzled. A mysterious expert that he had never met followed him all the way just to form a good relationship with him? Fang Chen was puzzled. Walking on the wasteland, they approached the ancient ruins. Whoosh! At a certain moment, in the silent sky, terrifying lightning suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, lightning filled the entire battle demon continent. At the same time, everyone raised their heads and stared at the void. In the sky, there was a terrifying lightning vortex. Whoosh! 5 figures flashed and disappeared. The phenomenon only lasted for a quarter of an hour before it disappeared. Soon after, a shocking piece of news spread. Lord Mo Dao and his subordinates had entered the place where the World Extermination Prime Sovereign fell. This piece of news was like a bomb that exploded on the battle demon continent. Countless cultivators went crazy over this news. Fang Chen stopped and licked his dry lips. The ancient ruins have finally opened. Hey! Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he saw 2 figures shooting towards him from the corner of his eye. One of them was Zhen Tianhu. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhen Tianhu and the Black Cloud Mansion Lord had surrounded Fang Chen. At the same time, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord secretly sent a message to Mr. Long. The latter was already on his way. "Brat, we meet again." Zhen Tianhu sneered. "Damn guy, you dare to invade my Black Cloud Mansion? You're courting death," the Black Cloud Mansion Lord said fiercely. Fang Chen shrugged and said disdainfully, "If you hadn't burned your essence blood to escape, would you still be standing in front of me? It seems like I should have been more ruthless and killed you with one sword." Thinking back to the battle in the Black Cloud Mansion, Zhen Tianhu's heart trembled. He looked at Fang Chen's cold face and involuntarily took a few steps back. "Attack together and kill him," the Black Cloud Mansion Lord roared. Then, a black light exploded around him as he charged at Fang Chen. Zhen Tianhu was stunned for a moment before he also attacked. "You guys are too weak." The Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Zhen Tianhu's strength wasn't enough for Fang Chen to use his full strength. Boom! One punch, just one punch. A vast and boundless fist radiance smashed into the bodies of the 2 people who were in the middle of attacking. Dong! 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 A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Cracks appeared on the ground as the Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Zhen Tianhu's bodies smashed into the ground. The sound of bones breaking came from their bodies. Poochie! The 2 spat out blood and their faces turned pale. Too strong. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord shook his head in disbelief. Although he had heard about Fang Chen's strength from Zhen Tianhu, he only knew that this person was much stronger than what Zhen Tianhu had said. "I can't fight him head-on." The Black Cloud Mansion Lord instantly made a decision. He and Zhen Tianhu looked at each other before looking at Fang Chen. "Brat, don't be so smug. Since you dare to invade my Black Cloud Mansion, the Battle Demon Continent will be your burial ground." The Black Cloud Mansion Lord stood up and said with a ferocious expression, "I've already sent a message to Mr. Long. He's on his way. Once he arrives, you'll die without a doubt." "Mr. Long? So you've called for help? No wonder you dare to stop me." Fang Chen sneered and extended his hand. "Before he comes, hand over all of your spatial rings." The Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Zhen Tianhu naturally refused. However, under Fang Chen's strong coercion, they had no choice but to hand over their spatial rings. Fang Chen scanned the 2 spatial rings with his divine sense and found a large amount of yin and yang pills. He put away the spatial rings and looked at the 2 with a smile. "Now, you can die." He could see the cold killing intent in Zhen Tianhu and the Black Cloud Mansion Lord's eyes. Leaving them alive would be a problem in the future, so he might as well kill them. Mr. Long won't let you go." The Black Cloud Mansion Lord was furious. Boom! Fang Chen punched out again. A terrifying fist aura swept across the land. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Zhen Tianhu were horrified. They frantically tried to escape, but they were about to be engulfed by the terrifying fist aura. Catcher! A cold light shot from afar and smashed into the fist aura, shattering it. Whoosh! Seeing this, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Zhen Tianhu were overjoyed. Mr. Long had finally arrived. "Mr. Long is here. Brat, you're dead." In front of Mr. Long, You're less than an ant. The two of them had forgotten their fear and mocked Long Chen. Whoosh! A golden-robed figure arrived with the wind and landed in front of the two. Mr. Long, it's him. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord pointed at Fang Chen. Mr. Long stood calmly with his hands behind his back. It was as if the whole world was under his control. He had the look of a superior. You're pretty strong, Mr. Long said. This was his evaluation of Fang Chen. To be able to force Jian Tianhu and the Black Cloud Mansion Lord into such a state with one punch, he was indeed strong. At least, it would be hard to find a match for him in the same realm. If I didn't come, the two of them would have died. Mr. Long continued, but now that I'm here, you're the one who will die. Mr. Long looked at Fang Chen with a golden light in his eyes. He felt that Fang Chen wasn't simple, so he was even more eager to kill him. If the helper they found is you, then clasp your fists and all three of you will die, Fang Chen said fearlessly. Mph, how pretentious. If Mr. Long wants to, you can easily become Lord Mo Dao's divine general. You're just a yin essence stage cultivator, yet you dare to judge yourself? What a joke. Among the many cultivators who came to Lord War Demon, there weren't many who had the ability to kill Mr. Long, so what if I'm a divine general? Fang Chen said. I once killed a divine general. Oh, right. I think he was called Divine General Hegu. Hearing this, even Mr. Long frowned. Nonsense. Divine General Hegu was a peak expert among the divine generals. You killed him? What a big joke. Mr. Long, why are you wasting words with him? Just kill him. Mr. Long stepped forward and waved his sleeve, sending out a palm strike. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen punched out, blocking Mr. Long's attack. Mr. Long's eyes lit up. I can let you live. Be my servant. Fang Chen shook his head. Since that's the case, I can only kill you with my own hands. After saying this, golden light burst out from Mr. Long's body. His body floated in the air as he waved his hands. A terrifying golden light rippled out. Why don't you believe what I said? Fang Chen drew the red glass sword and used the heavenly star sword technique. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light whizzed out. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Idiot. If I were him, I would run away as soon as I saw Mr. Long the Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianhu mocked. However, as soon as they finished speaking, the sword light easily pierced through Mr. Long's golden light defense. At this moment, even Mr. Long's expression turned grave. No. In the next second, Mr. Long roared in shock and anger. However, it was too late. With a crack, the sword light pierced through his chest. Bang! Mr. Long fell to the ground with a strong sense of unwillingness and anger. The sudden change stunned the Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianhu. What did I just see? Mr. Long, dong, dong, dong. The ground shook. Fang Chen held the red glass sword and looked at the two coldly. It's your turn now. Whoosh. Chapter 34-23. As time passed, more and more martial artists came to the broken battle demon continent. There were descendants of ancient powerhouses and also monster race experts. The quiet battle demon continent instantly became lively. Battle Demon Mountain. The core of the Battle Demon Continent. It was said that in ancient times, the Battle of the Gods had started on Battle Demon Mountain and spread to the entire Battle Demon Continent. At the foot of Battle Demon Mountain, a dense crowd of martial artists frantically rushed up the mountain. Fang Chen's gaze fell on Battle Demon Mountain. A void gate had appeared on the peak of the mountain. Fang Chen could feel a terrifying aura coming from Battle Demon Mountain. What a terrifying evil aura. Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Even though countless years had passed, the evil aura left behind by the Battle of the Gods still existed. Dong. Fang Chen's mind shook and his Yuan spirit swayed. His body also swayed slightly. Buzz. Sword Chi appeared around him, forming a layer of sword Chi halo that blocked the invasion of the murderous aura. That void gate should be the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell, right? Fang Chen murmured. At this moment, he heard people discussing around him. Do you know that the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign hadn't stepped into the Five Elements Saint Realm? How is that possible? That's right. If the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign hadn't stepped into the five-element saint realm, why would Lord Mo Dao be attracted to his place of death? One must know that Lord Mo Dao was the absolute ruler of this domain. There were very few five-elements saint realm experts that could enter his eyes. But Lord Mo Dao had personally brought his divine generals to the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had fallen. One could imagine how important it was to him. The blue-clothed man who had spoken earlier shook his head. You don't understand, do you? It is said that the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign hid a shocking secret, and there are even rumors that this secret is very likely to involve the Heaven-Defying Alliance. What? Hearing the three words Heaven-Defying Alliance, everyone exclaimed and their faces changed dramatically. Fang Chen was stunned. He saw a trace of horror in the eyes of these people. What exactly is this Heaven-Defying Alliance? Fang Chen frowned. If it's really related to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, it wouldn't be surprising for Lord Mo Dao to come. Interesting. Everyone looked greedily at the peak of Battle Demon Mountain. Exalted Mo Dao must have come for the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He took most of the wealth in the fallen land. Even the small things that Exalted Mo Dao didn't care about are priceless to us. The group quickly climbed the Battle Demon Mountain and entered the Void Gate. Do you know the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Fang Chen asked Su Qi. The latter shook his head. I've never heard of it, but judging from the expressions of those people just now, the Heaven-Defying Alliance must be a colossus in the God's Fall battlefield. My strength is too low, so it's very difficult for me to come into contact with it. Battle of Godfall, Heaven-Defying Alliance. Carefully sifting through these words, Fang Chen vaguely felt that this Heaven-Defying Alliance was very likely related to the ancient Godfall War. Suddenly, his blood boiled. He took a step forward and reached the top of Battle Demon Mountain. What a dense fiendish aura. Vast fiendish aura surged from all directions. If not for the sword qi protecting his body, he would definitely have been injured by the fiendish aura. Just how tragic was the God's Fall War back then? Fang Chen was shocked. This Battle Demon Mountain was only a small battlefield in the God's Fall War, but it contained such a vast fiendish aura. With such a dense fiendish aura, a Yin Essence Realm cultivator would probably be invaded in an instant. Their primordial spirit would shatter, and they would die. Only experts at the Yang Essence Realm and above could resist this terrifying fiendish aura. Go in. With a leap, he disappeared into the Void Gate. Not long after Fang Chen left, an old man and a youth approached from afar, arriving at the foot of Battle Demon Mountain. The old man wore grey cotton clothes, his face covered in wrinkles. The youth beside him had a grave expression and a deep gaze. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this youth as Jiyu Tianhua, the proud son of heaven of the ancient chaos that he once defeated. The current Jiyu Tianhua was like a completely different person from before. His aura was extremely strong. Moreover, he had condensed Yin essence and received the complete inheritance of the Jiyu clan. Tianhua, my Jiyu clan's inheritance comes from the ancient era. What you received now is only a tenth of the complete inheritance. If you want to regain the glory of my Jiyu clan, you have to raise your strength as much as possible. The old man said slowly, of course, the fastest way is to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I will definitely join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Clearly, Jiyu Tianhua knew about the Heaven-Defying Alliance. This World Extermination Prime Sovereign was once on good terms with an expert of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He has that expert's token. As long as he can obtain the token, he will have hope of joining the Heaven-Defying Alliance. As the old man spoke, he brought Jiyu Tianhua to the peak of Battle Demon Mountain. Looking at the Void Gate in front of him, the old man said, Lord Mo Dao is obviously here for the token. But don't worry, everything is under my control. Although I'm only at the complete yin-yang origin stage, I'm not afraid of Lord Mo Dao. Jiyu Tianhua nodded. He knew very well that not long ago, the old man had wandered into a relic and obtained a special saint treasure. It was because of this special saint treasure that his strength had increased so quickly. Jiyu Tianhua clenched his fists as the battle of the immemorial chaos ancient domain appeared in his mind. In the image, the man holding a long sword suppressed him with one strike. His face was cold as he gnashed his teeth. I will definitely take revenge. Jiyu Tianhua said sinisterly, once I obtain the heaven-defying token and join the heaven-defying alliance, I will return to the immemorial chaos ancient domain for revenge. With that, the old man and the young man entered the void gate. As time passed, more and more cultivators entered the void gate. Several days later, no one could be seen at the foot of Battle Demon Mountain. Anyone who dared to come to the Battle Demon continent had entered the void gate. Fang Chen stood quietly in the dusky world. Is this the place where the World Extermination Prime Sovereign fell? Fang Chen murmured. He had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment, so he needed to investigate his surroundings. Dong. Dong. However, at this moment, the World Annihilation picture scroll in the Sumeru ring suddenly shook. What's going on? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Could it be? He thought of a possibility, which was what he had guessed before. The World Extermination picture scroll and the World Extermination Prime Sovereign. He had always wondered if there was a connection between the two. Now, it was finally confirmed. It was very likely that the World Extermination picture scroll came from the World Extermination Prime Sovereign. The Samsara Sword Emperor once said that the World Extermination picture scroll was brought back from the God-Fall battlefield by the human race's ancestors. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with joy. Chapter 34-24. The World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had fallen in an independent space. Even though countless years had passed, there were still some traces left in the void. The charm of the World Destroyer painting. After walking for a few days, Fang Chen had a deeper understanding of the special aura in this independent space, as well as the traces of cultivation everywhere in the void. All signs pointed to the World Destroyer sword art coming from the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign. So the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign was also a sword cultivator? Fang Chen muttered. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as a bold idea appeared in his mind. Was the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign also from the ancient primal chaos? Was the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign deliberately passing the World Destroyer painting to the ancient primal chaos? Of course, this was just Fang Chen's guess. If he wanted to verify it, he would have to personally explore it. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and temporarily discarded the idea in his mind. No matter what, the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had some connection with the ancient primal chaos. The independent space was like a maze. If he wanted to go around it, he would need a certain level of attainment in illusions. It just so happened that Fang Chen had some foundation in this aspect. Over the past few days, Fang Chen had encountered several young essence realm cultivators. The moment they saw Fang Chen, they felt a strong killing intent. In their view, it was a miracle that a yin essence realm cultivator could withstand the terrifying fiendish aura of the Battle Demon Mountain and enter the independent space. Almost everyone believed that Fang Chen was hiding a great secret. Brat, who are you? Why have I never seen you in the ancient immortal continent? A burly man asked. Fang Chen frowned. What does my identity have to do with you? Mitch, you're courting death. The burly man angrily attacked, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. Whoosh! A cold sword light flashed. The burly man's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen with unwillingness before his corpse fell to the ground. The ninth one. This was the 9th Yang Yuan realm martial artist that Fang Chen had killed along the way. These people all coveted Fang Chen's secrets and wanted to kill him, but they all died in the end. Rumor has it that the chances of survival in the Godsfall battlefield are slim. Fang Chen murmured. The so-called dangers of the Godsfall battlefield were not only due to the harsh environment but also the viciousness of human nature. After killing the burly man, Fang Chen saw a glimmer of light in front of him. What's that? The bright light instantly attracted him. He leaped forward and sped forward. After a short while, they appeared in front of a valley. That light came from the valley. Looking at the valley in front of him, Fang Chen was quite excited. This was because the closer they got to the valley, the more intense the apocalypse painting was. Could it be that the second half of the picture scroll of annihilation is in this valley? Fang Chen said, let's go in and take a look. Soon, he arrived at the valley. Mo Long, we're rich. Ha ha ha. The Imperial Demon General looked at the pool in front of him and said excitedly, "I didn't expect to find a sword-nurturing pool here," Mo Long said. The two of them were divine generals under Lord Mo Dao. They were ordered to explore the independent space and came to this valley by accident. What made them excited was that there was a sword-nurturing pool in the depths of the valley. What was a sword-nurturing pool? It was rumored that only experts who had reached an extremely high level of sword principle would use their own sword principle blood to create a pool of water called the sword-nurturing pool. The water in the sword-nurturing pool contained the sword principle insights of a sword principle expert. Its greatest use was to nurture a sword. The most important weapon for a sword cultivator was the long sword. The strength of the long sword directly determined the dominant position of the martial artist in a battle. A long sword nurtured by the sword-nurturing pool was invincible among those of the same level. Ha ha ha, although we're not sword cultivators, we can get a huge sum of money even if we sell such a big sword-nurturing pool. We can exchange it for yin and yang pills, which will be enough for us to reach the 5-element saint realm. The Imperial Demon General was very excited. Beside him, Mo Long stared at the sword-nurturing pool with burning eyes. "Someone's here?" Fang Chen saw Divine General Mo Long and the Imperial Demon Divine General. The two also noticed Fang Chen and looked at him warily. Yin Essence Stage? Clearly, Divine General Mo Long was surprised. How could a Yin Essence Stage martial artist enter the Gate of the Void and find this place? Humph, he must have been brought in by a Yang Essence Stage martial artist and got lost in an independent space. He got lucky and came here. The Imperial Demon General sneered. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that Fang Chen could come here with his own strength. He, Mo Long laughed sinisterly and waved his sleeve. Vast demonic chi burst out and turned into a black spear in the air. It pierced toward Fang Chen with boundless demonic chi. Scram! Fang Chen roared and punched the black spear. Catcher! The black spear shattered, and the void trembled. Hey! The two divine generals exclaimed in surprise. Interesting. A Yin Essence Stage martial artist can block my attack. He's not simple, Mo Long said. He's not simple. Since he ran into us, he's dead for sure, the Imperial Demon General said nonchalantly. Fang Chen looked at the two of them angrily. Brat, you can only blame yourself for coming here and running into the two of us. Anyone who dares to offend a divine general will be killed without mercy. The two divine generals were overbearing, using their powerful auras to suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. I, Fang Chen, never kill the innocent, but I also never let off anyone who wants to kill me. Xiao Chen shrugged. I came to this valley by accident, and the two of you attacked me without saying anything. You even used your status as divine generals to suppress me and say that I'm a pushover. As Xiao Chen spoke, he flipped his hand, and a palm-sized drum appeared. 7-star heaven drum. The two divine generals' expressions changed when they saw this. Divine General Black Drum's 7-star heaven drum. Why is it in your hands? Are you from the Corpse Head continent? The two divine generals gave off terrifying auras as they stepped forward, working together to pressure Fang Chen. The 7-star heaven drum is in my hands. Naturally, I killed Divine General Black Drum. Fang Chen said. You're lying. Humph. How could a mere Yin Essence Stage martial artist kill Divine General Black Drum? No matter how weak Divine General Black Drum was, he shouldn't have been killed by a Yin Essence Stage martial artist. The two divine generals believed that the person who killed Divine General Black Drum was the expert behind Fang Chen. The two of them said sinisterly as they licked their dry lips. I originally planned to take revenge for Divine General Black Drum after this expedition to the Remnant. Now, it looks like I can collect some interest first. Fang Chen smiled coldly. He was now much stronger than when he killed Divine General Black Drum. Even if the two divine generals worked together, he would not fear them. What was laughable was that the two divine generals were like idiots. Chapter 34-25. The two divine generals looked at Fang Chen mockingly, as if they were hunters looking at their prey. The 7-star heavenly drum is the weapon of Divine General Black Drum. How dare you touch it? Divine General Mo Long sneered. In this territory, Lord Mo Dao was the absolute ruler, and the divine generals under his command were experts second only to him. Divine General Blackdrum was a divine general and had the same status as them. In their view, no one had the right to touch a divine general's item. Anyone who dared to submit would be killed without mercy. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Detain his primordial spirit and let him suffer 99 levels of torture before refining him into a puppet, said the Imperial Demon Divine General. Divine General Mo Long took a step forward, and a violent aura spread out from his body. He clenched his fist, and the terrifying evil aura in the surrounding void instantly gathered and condensed into a fist aura. Kill. Divine General Mo Long let out a low roar and threw out a punch. With one punch, heaven and earth changed colors. Fang Chen was indifferent, and he didn't even look at Divine General Mo Long. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite." Boom. A powerful sword chi halo appeared around Fang Chen's body and shrouded him. At the same time, the terrifying fist aura landed heavily on his body. Crack. The frightening power of the fist whizzed out and quickly seeped into the halo of the sword aura. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Divine General Mo Long sneered and was about to increase his strength to break Fang Chen's defense when a sudden change occurred. Divine General Mo Long's pupils shrank as he saw a shocking scene. The sword chi halo around Fang Chen emitted sword-shaped runes, and in a strange way, they quickly revolved and devoured his fist aura. Rip! Just as he was stunned, his fist aura instantly dissipated. The sky returned to normal. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and the sword chi around him dissipated as if he had never fought. Deng deng deng. Divine General Mo Long stabilized his body, and his eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. A moment later, he said coldly, "So what if your defense is strong? Watch as my demonic dragon smashes you to smithereens." At this moment, Divine General Mo Long was filled with killing intent. He waved his hands, causing a monstrous demonic aura to form a demonic dragon that emitted a deafening roar. The demonic dragon blasted toward Fang Chen with unparalleled power. Divine General Mo Long is one of the top 5 divine generals under Master Mo Dao's command. Although he's not as good as the first divine general, he's quite powerful among the warriors in the completion of Yin-Yang Origin Realm. He is merely a Yin Essence stage cultivator. I cannot think of any way he can block the full-powered strike of the demonic dragon divine general. The Imperial Demon Divine General said. Mo Long's strike was Divine General Mo Long's strongest attack. It was precisely because of this that his reputation had spread throughout this territory. Dead. The Imperial Demon General nodded when he saw that the demonic dragon was about to engulf Fang Chen. Anyone who offended a divine general would definitely die. This was basically an iron law. Even a completion of Yin-Yang Origin Realm expert would not dare to offend so many divine generals. You are slightly stronger than Divine General He Ji Yu, but that's all. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. The red glass sword had appeared in his hand at some point. Heavenly Star Sword Art. There was no need to use the Universe Sword Art to deal with 2 divine generals. The Heavenly Star Sword Art was enough. Whoosh. The violent sword chi formed a dazzling sword light in the void. Sword inscriptions were faintly discernible. Crack. The red glass sword carried endless power. It resonated with the dazzling sword light and pierced the body of the demonic dragon. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Divine General Mo Long sneered and waved his hands. The demonic dragon opened its bloody mouth, trying to devour the red glass sword. You have quite a big appetite. Fang Chen pushed off with the tip of his foot and flicked his wrist. The red glass sword flicked and tore the demonic dragon's bloody mouth apart. Roar. A furious roar came from the demon dragon's mouth. It moved its sturdy body, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, in the next moment, a long rainbow pierced through the demonic dragon's body. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic dragon instantly shattered, and a vast demonic aura dissipated. Poochie. Divine General Mo Long suffered a backlash. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His all-out attack had been easily dispelled by his opponent. Damn you! Divine General Mo Long fell into a state of madness. Ever since he became a divine general under Lord Mo Dao, no one had dared to provoke him. He had rarely fought in the past. But now, he was forced into such a state by a Yin Essence Realm martial artist. He was furious. Not good. As an outsider, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General could feel how terrifying Fang Chen was. What a terrifying sword art. The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General's body trembled, and his pupils shrank. Could it be that Divine General He Ji Yu was really killed by him? He recalled what Fang Chen had said before. Suddenly, his head shook, and he shouted, "Demonic dragon, be careful." At the same time, he stomped his foot and charged toward Divine General Mo Long Dai. He performed the Heavenly Star Sword art again, and the red glass sword suddenly pierced through Divine General Mo Long's body. Bang! Divine General Mo Long's body fell to the ground. By the time the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General arrived, it was already too late. Divine General Mo Long had already lost his life. No. The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General shook his head frantically. One sword strike killed Divine General Mo Long. It was simply unbelievable. The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General looked at Fang Chen in horror. Run. Without any hesitation, he fled far away. You want to run? Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. The void shattered, and the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General's miserable body flew backward. Boom! At this moment, scorching flames burned around the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General. He burned his essence blood to perform a forbidden secret technique. His speed suddenly soared as he dragged his battered body and fled into the distance. At the same time, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General took out a talisman and crushed it. Rumble! Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky and swooped down, blocking Fang Chen's path. Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman? Fang Chen quickly retreated, dodging the lightning bombardment. In the blink of an eye, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General had completely disappeared. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. He did not expect the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General to have such a treasure. As expected of a Divine General, he can even take out the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. The Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was a powerful talisman, and its value was comparable to a sacred treasure. It could even be compared to a top sacred treasure. Not long after, the energy of the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was exhausted. Fang Chen took Divine General Mo Long's Sumeru ring and left. In a wasteland thousands of miles away. Bang! The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General crashed to the ground like a cannonball, and dust flew everywhere. Damn you, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General, will not live under the same sky as you. At this time, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General's face was pale, and he was severely injured. However, he was extremely furious in his heart. His heart was bleeding. That was the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman, and it was used up just like that. I have followed Lord Mo Dao for countless years and worked for him. It was not easy for me to be given a Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. I was going to use it when fighting for the last opportunity. The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General's face was ferocious. Chapter 34-26. The Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was a thunder attribute talisman. It contained a powerful thunder power, and it was said to be the rare Divine Firmament Thunder. Such a thunder talisman was worth at least tens of thousands of yin and yang pills. He didn't expect the Imperial Demon General to have one. You're lucky. Fang Chen shrugged. He didn't expose his identity anyway, so it didn't matter if the Imperial Demon General escaped. Soon, Fang Chen left the battlefield and came to a hidden place. He took out Divine General Mo Long's Sumeru ring and checked it carefully. If the Imperial Demon General had such a powerful talisman like the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman, then Divine General Mo Long might have something good too. Rip! His divine sense spread out and instantly swept through the entire Sumeru ring, and he found a talisman. Fang Chen's mind moved, and the talisman bathed in flames appeared in his palm. What a powerful flame! Even the fire origin bloodline in his body couldn't match it. The flame is purple, and it contains 3 flames. Is this the legendary purple fire talisman? Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a bright smile. The purple fire talisman was a talisman on the same level as the divine firmament thunder talisman. It contained 99 layers of purple flames, and it took 81 years to successfully refine it. Once released, the 99 layers of purple flames instantly spewed out, burning the sky. It was very terrifying. The power of this purple fire talisman can't be resisted as long as one's cultivation hasn't reached perfection. Fang Chen murmured. Previously, the battle between Divine General Mo Long and Fang Chen was too fast. He didn't even have time to take out the purple fire talisman before Fang Chen killed him. And this talisman naturally benefited Fang Chen. Yin and Yang pills. Then, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the yin and yang pills in the Sumeru ring. With a rough estimate, there were at least 30,000 yin and yang pills. Amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. As expected of a divine general, his status was respected. In this territory, he was second only to Lord Mo Dao. After so many years, he had actually obtained so many yin and yang pills. Next, Fang Chen quickly checked. Divine General Mo Long had a lot of good things. There were many rare refining materials, alchemy materials, and some powerful secret techniques. Unfortunately, these secret skills were not suitable for Fang Chen. Fang Chen curled his lips. He took all the useful things in the spatial ring and put them into his own. Although the God's Fall battlefield is fraught with danger, there are also many cultivation resources. These yin and yang pills are unimaginable in the outside world, but here they can be found everywhere. The more it was like this, the heavier Fang Chen felt. What exactly happened back then? Why did the Battle of God's Fall erupt? Was the result of the Battle of Godfall really like this? Why did the supreme laws of the ancient primal chaos become incomplete and enter the degenerate age? All sorts of doubts surfaced in his mind. Fang Chen forcefully shook his head, somewhat at a loss. Wang. His primordial spirit moved slightly, and the half-perfect blood released a trace of cool aura, instantly returning him to normal. Whoosh. He took a deep breath and a resolute look appeared in his deep eyes. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "One day, I will find out what happened back then and find a way to make up for the supreme laws of the ancient primal chaos." Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden earth-shattering movement on a mountain peak not far from here. Fang Chen looked up and saw a black bear the size of a small mountain standing upright and fighting with someone. That is, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. The aura released by the black bear made even Fang Chen palpitate. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that the black bear was looking at him while fighting. "Is it looking at me?" Fang Chen murmured. The movement on the mountain peak attracted the attention of many surrounding martial artists. Exclamations came one after another. "Who is that person? Why have I never seen him before? He is only at the yin essence stage, but he can fight that black bear to a standstill." They could tell that the martial artist fighting the black bear was only at the yin essence stage. "Quick, look. His aura is rising." It was unknown who shouted, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the mountain peak. The aura of that straight figure soared rapidly. Layers of energy layered over each other, forming 9 layers. Boom. He clenched his fist tightly, and as if gold had been poured into it, it gathered in the void. With the power of 9 layers of superposition, he blasted it towards the black bear. Roar. The black bear roared furiously. Its massive body barely blocked the golden fist light and forced it back. "Damn fellow," the black bear said in human tongue, its murderous intent spreading out. Not far away, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. "Jiyu Tianhua?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. Back then, Xiao Chen led the Holy Palace's experts to the ancient region and destroyed the Jiyu clan. Jiyu Tianhua successfully underwent his tribulation and tried to stop Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen defeated him. At the crucial moment, the Jiyu clan's ancestor saved Jiyu Tianhua from the boundless void. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would meet Jiyu Tianhua here? Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a strange smile. Roar. Dust flew up from the mountain peak as the shockwaves of the battle spread out. Many people goggled, wanting to know the result of the battle. However, a strong aura surrounded the mountain peak, completely sealing off the battle. Only the furious roars of the black bear could be heard. Yin Essence Stage. Currently, Jiyu Tianhua had already reached the Yin Essence Stage. After all, he was the top genius of the ancient era before Fang Chen. He had great potential. Hence, even though he was in the Yin Essence Stage, his combat prowess was not something an ordinary Yang Essence Stage cultivator could compare to. Furthermore, Jiyu Tianhua had cultivated the ancient extermination secret technique to consummation. With the 9-layered energy, his might was unparalleled. Gradually, the black bear could no longer hold on. Oh no! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Jiyu Tianhua took out a talisman from his clothes. Boom! Jiyu Tianhua exerted force with his fingers and crushed the talisman. In that instant, surging waves swept through the sky with Jiyu Tianhua as the center. What a terrifying corrosive power! Fang Chen was flabbergasted. Oh no! It's the heavy water talisman. Indeed, the black bear, which had been barely holding on, showed signs of cracking after being swept by the surging waves. Its fur instantly fell off, and its expression turned ferocious as it entered a berserk state. The heavy water talisman was similar to the purple fire talisman. Heavy water was an extremely cold water with extremely strong corrosive power. Yang Essence Stage cultivators would find it hard to block. The black bear was in danger. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. Eventually, he stepped forward and shielded the black bear. Boom! Xiao Chen crushed the purple fire talisman with one finger. Whoosh! Scorching purple flames enveloped Fang Chen and the black bear. The terrifying heavy water stopped advancing after coming in contact with the purple flames. Let's go! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He grabbed Black Bear and fled into the distance. It's you! Jiyu Tianhua cried out after seeing Fang Chen. Immediately, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Stop right there! Jiyu Tianhua jumped and chased after Xiao Chen. On the mountain peak, the purple flames and the heavy water collided and exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread out. Heavens, what is that? It's the heavy water talisman. The black bear is dead for sure. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they saw the scorching purple flames. That's the purple fire talisman. Who saved He Xiong? Could it be Divine General Mo Long? At the foot of the mountain, countless cultivators exclaimed. The purple fire talisman was famous. Everyone knew that Divine General Mo Long had one. However, the figure was too fast for them to see clearly. It shouldn't be. After the initial shock, everyone slowly regained their senses. Divine General Mo Long is extremely powerful. If it's really him, he wouldn't have escaped. Hearing this, the others agreed. Divine General Mo Long was one of the divine generals under Lord Mo Dao. In this territory, he was considered a top existence. Even if that young cultivator had the heavy water talisman, it was impossible for him to be Divine General Mo Long's opponent. Whoosh! Not long after, Jiyu Tianhua returned to the mountain peak alone. His face was gloomy and filled with anger. The people below were secretly discussing. It seemed that he did not catch the black bear. After this battle, Jiyu Tianhua's name had spread far and wide. News of his battle achievements spread far and wide. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few days later, Fang Chen appeared in a forest. Bang! The black bear's huge body fell to the ground. You won't die, right? Fang Chen asked. The black bear shook his head and looked at Fang Chen with his big eyes. Who the hell are you? Fang Chen stared at the black bear. The reason why he attacked was not only because the opponent was Jiyu Tianhua, but also because there was a more important reason. That was, he felt a familiar aura in the black bear's body. It was an aura from the immemorial chaos. This aura was unique to people from the immemorial chaos. Therefore, Fang Chen guessed that the black bear was also from the immemorial chaos. You are from the immemorial chaos? The black bear said in a hoarse voice. In fact, when he was fighting with Jiyu Tianhua, he also felt the aura in Fang Chen's body. Therefore, he had been looking at him. Fang Chen nodded. As expected. The black bear said in a deep voice. Then, the black bear fell into silence. Fang Chen stared at him with burning eyes. A moment later, the black bear's expression seemed a little lonely. My master is the Tianyi Sword Emperor. What? Fang Chen was shocked. The Tianyi Sword Emperor was a peak expert who was as famous as the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. When he was growing up, he had always heard the legend of the Tianyi Sword Emperor. He was even misunderstood as the successor of the Tianyi Sword Emperor. But later, when he became the leader of the human race, he did not know where the Tianyi Sword Emperor went. He did not expect him to enter the Godfall battlefield. This also explained the aura in the black bear's body that came from the immemorial chaos. Then logically speaking, the black bear's master was the Tianyi Sword Emperor, and he could sense the familiar aura. He should not have attacked Jiyu Tianhua. But, he is a descendant of the Jiyu family. The black bear said. The Jiyu family once plotted against my master. Fang Chen was stunned and a little surprised. Where is your master? Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Fang Chen asked. The black bear was here, which meant that the Tianyi Sword Emperor was still alive. Fang Chen vaguely felt that the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died was closely related to the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Chapter 34-27. According to Black Bear, the Tianyi Sword Emperor was indeed in the Godsfall battlefield and had come to the War Demon continent. Not long after he entered the Godsfall battlefield, he even fought with the expert from the ancient immortal continent. Because he wasn't strong at that time, he was defeated and fled. The Tianyi Sword Emperor was here. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows as he had some guesses. Black Bear nodded. He told Fang Chen that the Tianyi Sword Emperor had indeed been here. Moreover, he was good friends with the World Devastator Prime Sovereign and had once sparred with him. Black Bear also said that the World Devastator Prime Sovereign seemed to know some of the reasons why the primordial chaos had entered the primordial chaos. Countless years ago, he was the one who had sent the World Devastator painting into the primordial chaos. After knowing all this, Fang Chen's heart was shaken. Then where did your master go? Fang Chen asked anxiously. In fact, this was what he was really concerned about. It seemed that the Tianyi Sword Emperor knew a lot of things. If he could find him, perhaps all the doubts in his heart could be solved. Black Bear shook his head. When the Tianyi Sword Emperor left here, he had given the World Devastator Prime Sovereign a treasure. If any primordial chaos martial artist came here in the future, he was to give it to him. Treasure. Fang Chen's face was grave. The heaven-defying token. Black Bear's eyes flashed with a strange light. Obviously, he was also very clear about the value of the heaven-defying token. What? Fang Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect that the heaven-defying token that everyone was talking about was actually given to the World Devastator Prime Sovereign by the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Could the Tianyi Sword Emperor be from the heaven-defying alliance? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. One must know that the heaven-defying alliance was the most terrifying and powerful force in the entire Godsfall battlefield. It had gathered most of the descendants of ancient experts, and after countless years of development, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was rumored that the heaven-defying alliance only accepted geniuses. Ordinary people couldn't even find the heaven-defying alliance's lair. The Tianyi Sword Emperor was a legendary figure in the primordial chaos. He had entered the Tao with the sword Tao and embarked on the path of a supreme sword cultivator. After stepping into the quasi-emperor realm, he left the primordial chaos and entered the Godsfall battlefield. Who would have thought that he would join the heaven-defying alliance? It seemed that he had gained a lot in the Godsfall battlefield. Master has great potential and unparalleled swordsmanship. It's only natural for him to join the heaven-defying alliance. Black Bear replied. Not long after he left the heaven-defying alliance, for some reason, the World Destruction Prime Sovereign encountered a powerful enemy and fell here. The enemy was too strong, so the Black Bear could only hide. Previously, he had only attacked Jiyu Tianhua because he had sensed the Jiyu clan's aura. Black Bear looked at Fang Chen and seemed to understand what he was thinking. The heaven-defying token was originally left by Master for the human tribe of the immemorial chaos. Since you can come here, You naturally have the right to try. As for whether you can obtain it, it will depend on your overall ability. The heaven-defying decree was of no use to ordinary people. On the contrary, it might even lead to a fatal disaster. Naturally, the World Destruction Prime Sovereign had set up some tests before his death. Only those who passed the tests could obtain the heaven-defying token. The heaven-defying token is at the core of this independent space. The black bear said. It was very clear about this independent space. However, there are some problems right now. Black Bear was vexed. Several 5 Elements Sacred Realm experts have also entered this place. If I rashly bring you to the core, we will definitely be discovered by them. 5 Elements Sacred Realm experts were not people that ordinary yin-yang origin realm cultivators could compare to. They were above the yin-yang origin realm, and their words were law. Even in ancient times, they were considered peak experts. Their lifelong pursuit was to step into the legendary primal chaos supremacy realm. Fang Chen frowned. He had not expected that the place where the World Destruction Prime Sovereign had fallen would attract several 5 Elements Sacred Realm experts. He had originally thought that only Lord Mo Dao had entered. Apart from Mo Dao, there are also several 5 Elements Sacred Realm experts from other domains. They have already reached the core, but they won't be able to walk out of the maze set up by Master. Black Bear said confidently. Moreover, their goal is the heaven-defying token, so they are restraining each other. No one is willing to act rashly, which gives us a chance. Fang Chen listened quietly. Black Bear was very clear about this place and should know what to do next. I see that your cultivation is only at the Yin origin realm, which is a little low. I'll take you to a place to train for now. The time will be ripe in 3 months, Black Bear said. Oh. Fang Chen nodded. Soon, Black Bear brought Fang Chen to a very secluded place. There were broken walls here, and the debris on the ground had long been reduced to ashes. At a glance, there was only a mountain range of rocks. This is it? Fang Chen asked. Black Bear nodded. That descendant of the Jiyu clan is infinitely close to the great perfection yin-yang origin realm. Although you saved me from him, there is still a gap between you and him. There are 3 great perfection demonic beasts in this mountain range. Your goal in the next 3 months is to defeat them. Fang Chen was stunned. Although Jiyu Tianhua was strong, he could easily kill him if he used his full strength. However, Jiyu Tianhua had activated the heavy water talisman, so he had no choice but to use the purple fire talisman. It was because of the purple fire talisman that he escaped after saving Black Bear. After all, the purple fire talisman came from Divine General Mo Long. Once the news spread, Divine General Mo Long and the others would know immediately. Although he did not fear Divine Generals, he was somewhat wary of Lord Mo Dao. Great perfection demonic beasts are extremely strong. I advise you to kill the Yang origin realm demonic beasts in the periphery to increase your combat experience, Black Bear said. Fang Chen did not say anything else and walked into the mountain range. Roar. As soon as he entered the mountain range, he heard the roars of demonic beasts. At the same time, he also felt a faint ripple of sword chi spreading in the void. The Tiani Sword Emperor once cultivated here. Fang Chen said. The air was filled with the Tiani Sword Emperor's aura. Rip. While he was in a daze, a golden lion opened its bloody mouth and charged at him. As expected of the battlefield of gods. Looking at the golden lion, Fang Chen could not help but click his tongue. Golden light flowed on the golden lion's body and an ancient aura rushed toward him. This was something that the immemorial Chaos Demon clan did not have. Descendant of an ancient demonic beast. The golden lion's body contained an extremely thin ancient demonic beast bloodline. Although it was very thin, it was enough to make it superior to other demonic beasts of the same level. Die! The golden lion pounced at Fang Chen as fast as lightning and clawed at his head. Outside the mountain range, Black Bear sat on a bluestone and watched the scene. The blood of the ancient golden lion king flows in the golden lion's body. This bloodline contains the genes of war. With the help of war, its strength will increase by at least 30%. Black Bear muttered to himself. In ancient times, the golden lion king was famous. Its terrifying golden bloodline looked down on the world. Can this guy block it? Black Bear's eyes flickered. Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a strange scene occurred. The golden lion pounced at Fang Chen aggressively, but as soon as it came into contact with the latter's fist, it was directly sent flying. It was as if there was an invisible barrier around Fang Chen, blocking it. What's going on? Looking at the golden lion on the ground, Black Bear's eyes widened in surprise. Roar. The golden lion was completely enraged. Golden blood spurted out from its gong-sized eyes, and a golden halo formed around its body, forming a terrifying defense. Whoosh! It charged at Fang Chen again. However, what greeted it was still a simple punch. Crack! The golden lion's body was sent flying again. This time, it did not get up and fell to the ground, motionless. Ting! Black Bear stood up and stared at the golden lion. Black Bear was shocked. Just one punch killed the golden lion with the bloodline of the ancient golden lion king? Did he hide his strength before? Black Bear frowned. No, his bloodline seems to be very special and coincidentally restrains the bloodline of the golden lion king. Suddenly, Black Bear's eyebrows relaxed as it discovered the abnormality around Fang Chen. Interesting. He Xiong grinned. He couldn't wait to see Fang Chen's performance. The smell of blood permeated the entire mountain range. Suddenly, the cries of demonic beasts could be heard. Fang Chen killing the golden lion aroused the anger of many demonic beasts in the periphery of the mountain range. Swoosh! Swoosh! In a moment, more than 20 Yang Yuan realm demonic beasts surrounded Fang Chen. Oh no! Black Bear shouted, if you can't match them, quickly leave the mountain range. Your life is more important. It knew that these demonic beasts could not step out of the mountain range, so although Fang Chen was in a dangerous situation, it was not too worried. Rumble. Dust flew. More than 20 demonic beasts in the mountain range pounced crazily at Fang Chen. Fang Chen licked his lips. Too weak. These demonic beasts were not qualified to make him use his sword skills. Boom. 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 His fist looked down on everything. Wherever the fist light passed, the demonic beasts were all killed. 15 minutes later, Black Bear was stunned and shocked. It had underestimated Fang Chen's potential. More than 20 Yang Yuan realm demonic beasts working together could at least match a Great Perfection realm demonic beast, but they were all killed by his bare hands. What terrifying potential! Black Bear murmured. In its mind, it recalled the scene when it first saw the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Could it be another peerless genius? Fang Chen turned around and smiled brightly at Black Bear. These demonic beasts are too weak. I'll go and meet the 3 Great Perfection realm demonic beasts now. Be careful. The Great Perfection realm demonic beasts are very strong. Don't make too much noise. Black Bear reminded, Master once cultivated here. Master's sword essence is left in the void. If you comprehend the sword principle here, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Before it finished, Fang Chen stepped into the inner area of the mountain range. He slowly drew out the red glass sword. Buzz! A gust of sword chi soared into the sky. Even from far away, one could feel the terrifying sword essence in the sword chi. Chapter 34-28. Roar. An angry roar came from the depths of the mountain range. Suddenly, the quiet mountain range was in an uproar. Countless demonic beasts appeared from the dark. They stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. A demonic beast in the complete realm. Fang Chen's gaze landed on the demonic beast in the middle of the demonic beasts. The latter was a darkness annihilation leopard. Dark Panther. Fang Chen licked his lips. He didn't expect that the extinct demonic beast would appear here. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Sword chi surged around him. The red glass sword vibrated, and the sound of the sword echoed in the mountain range. The blood in his body flowed quickly, and the heavenly star swordsmanship was activated. Human. The Dark Panther spoke in human language, and its cold eyes fell on Fang Chen. Die. The Dark Panther stomped its feet, and the ground shook. Its big claws carried endless power and slammed toward Fang Chen. This is the dark sky destroying claw? In ancient times, The Dark Panther clan was a powerful clan among the beast clans. According to Fang Chen's understanding, once the Dark Panther reached adulthood, its cultivation would reach the complete yin-yang origin realm. It was the strongest in the clan, and even in the five-element saint realm, it was the strongest. Back then, the Dark Panther clan dominated the beast clans. However, the Dark Panther clan was exterminated in the Battle of Gods. No. Fang Chen felt that something was wrong when the Dark Panther attacked. The blood in his body is not strong. Fang Chen was stunned, and then he thought of something. A descendant of the Dark Panther clan? The Dark Panther's blood was not pure. This meant that the Dark Panther was not as powerful as he had imagined. Heavenly Star Swordsmanship. Swoosh. He swung his sword 3 times, and each sword contained strong Heavenly Star Sword chi. The 3 sword lights floated in the air and intertwined to form a terrifying sword formation. Rip. The red glass sword stabbed out, and the sword formation in the air fell on the Dark Panther. Boom. Boom. Under Fang Chen's control, the 3 sword lights exploded. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the Dark Destruction Leopard's skin, causing blood to spurt out. Roar. The Dark Extermination Leopard's attack was blocked by Fang Chen. It was furious and glared at Fang Chen. As expected of the Dark Annihilation Leopard, Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. He had just executed the first 3 levels of the Heavenly Star Sword art. The power of each level stacked together, but he had only managed to block the Dark Extermination Leopard's attack. He had not injured it. One could only imagine how powerful the Dark Annihilation Leopard's attack was. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat him if I use the Primordial Chaos Sword technique, but Fang Chen rolled his eyes and an idea popped up in his mind. In the following time, the Dark Extermination Leopard fought fiercely with Fang Chen. The battle was extremely intense. Sword chi swept across the area, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to continuously retreat. Outside the mountain range, Black Bear narrowed his eyes. This guy. Black Bear shook his head, his heart trembling even more. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. He even felt that Lin Fan's potential in Sword Principle was stronger than his master, the Sky One Sword Emperor. He is actually using the Dark Extermination Leopard to train his Sword Principle? Indeed, it was just as Black Bear thought. Fang Chen's main purpose of fighting with the Dark Extermination Leopard was to train his Sword Principle. Swoosh. A few days later, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and swung the red glass sword in his hand. Sword chi swept across the area and a cold light flashed. Heaven and earth trembled as the Dark Extermination Leopard attacked with all its might to block the sword light. Crack. The sword light pierced through the Dark Extermination Leopard's claws. The Dark Extermination Leopard let out an angry roar. Whoosh. Fang Chen took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. The 4th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art is completed. Actual combat was always the best way to train one's sword principle. In just a few days, Fang Chen had completed the 4th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art. He was very happy. The Heavenly Star Sword art has a total of 9 levels. Once I have completed all of them, my power will be enough to kill a complete realm expert. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In 3 months, he would try his best to cultivate the Heavenly Star Sword art. After 3 months, the fight for the heaven-defying decree will officially begin. A few 5-element Saint Realm experts will be eyeing me covetously. If I don't raise my cultivation level, how can I compete with them? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Time flew by and Fang Chen was improving every day. In the beginning, he was evenly matched with the Dark Extermination Leopard. Later on, the Dark Extermination Leopard was suppressed by him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 2 months later, he finally reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. During this period, Fang Chen had been absorbing the power of the Yin-Yang elixir. His cultivation level had reached the later stage of Yin-Yuan realm and was only a step away from the peak. The Heavenly Star Sword art has reached a bottleneck. Fang Chen said, Ancestor Tian Chen is indeed impressive to be able to create such a sword art. It's really extraordinary. The higher Fang Chen's cultivation level was, the greater his understanding of the sword principle was. Now that he looked back, his invincible sword principle did not seem to be truly invincible. However, the invincible sword principle has great potential and can be improved continuously. One day, it will grow into a true invincible sword principle. Fang Chen did not give up on the invincible sword principle that he had created just because the heavenly star sword art, apocalypse sword art, and chaos sword art were powerful. Since ancient times, any expert who had reached the peak of the sword principle had created their own sword principle. He had created his own sword principle a long time ago. The reason why he named it the invincible sword principle was because of his obsession. He had worked hard all his life to reach the peak of the sword principle and achieve true invincibility in the sword principle. Buzz. Suddenly, his body was filled with mighty sword essence. He had a slight understanding in his mind. He had mastered the 8th level of the heavenly star sword art. Swoosh. Fang Chen got up, shook his wrist, and waved the red glass sword. Rays of sword light floated in the void like gold, giving off a unique scene. After a while, the cultivation session ended. Fang Chen came to the depths of the mountain range again, in the territory of the dark exterminating leopard. Human, what are you doing here? The dark exterminating leopard stared at Fang Chen warily. In the past 2 months, it had witnessed the growth of the human in front of it with its own eyes. It was simply incredible. Therefore, not long ago, it had said that it would no longer make things difficult for Fang Chen. But now, Fang Chen had come to its territory, which made it very angry. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The dark exterminating leopard said angrily, there are 3 monsters in the Great Perfection Realm in this mountain range, and I'm the weakest. If you really want to fight to the death, I'll send a message to the other 2. No matter how strong you are, you won't have any advantage if the 3 of us join forces. If possible, the dark exterminating leopard didn't want to be Fang Chen's enemy. I don't have any other intentions. I just have some understanding of the sword principle and want to exchange pointers with you. After days of fighting, Fang Chen had developed a friendship with the dark exterminating leopard. Really? The dark exterminating leopard asked with its eyes wide open. Fang Chen nodded. Okay, we beasts like to fight. Since you just want to exchange pointers, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, a terrifying dark aura appeared around the dark exterminating leopard, forming a powerful vortex in an instant. I'm going to use my full strength. The dark exterminating leopard warned. Darkness descends. With a roar, the dark vortex moved quickly. The dark exterminating leopard was in it, waving its claws and forming a complicated seal. Heavenly Star Sword Principle, Level 8. Fang Chen displayed the Heavenly Star Sword Principle, Level 8. In the void, 8 illusory sword lights shot forward together, bursting with terrifying power. Wind comes. Whoosh, whoosh. A gale suddenly rose and swept across the land. The power of the 8 sword lights instantly skyrocketed and merged with the gale. Here comes the rain. Crash. In the clear sky, it suddenly started to rain. Raindrops fell from the sky, wetting the ground. Lei, come here. Bring the electricity. After 4 consecutive sentences, a phenomenon appeared in the sky. Strong winds, torrential rain, thunder, and lightning. Void flurry. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning merged together, resulting in a terrifying force that completely devoured the 8 sword intents. At this moment, the might of the heavenly star sword art was raised to the highest level. In the distance, the black bear was stunned. Good fellow. Black Bear was speechless. He did not expect that Fang Chen's comprehension of Sword Dao had already reached such a level. Impressive. Black Bear was not stingy with his praise. At this moment, facing the dark extermination leopard, Fang Chen was full of confidence. The so-called Heavenly Stellar Sword Dao is the fusion of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning with sword techniques. Once mastered, it can burst forth with the strongest power. The profound meaning of the Heavenly Star Sword art was the 4 laws. The 4 great laws, which were completely different, merged together to form the Sword Dao. Fang Chen was amazed. Ancestor Tian Chen was a 1 in a million Sword Dao genius. Break it. Although the dark extermination leopard felt its heart palpitate, it still used the dark strike. Boom. Its claws bombarded the 8-sword intense, instantly detonating the 4 laws of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Dong, dong, dong. The void trembled, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning struck as if the end of the world had arrived. Crack. The sword intense shattered under the dark extermination leopard's attack. When the 6th sword intense shattered, the dark extermination leopard's claws were dripping with blood. Too strong. The dark extermination leopard's heart palpitated. It had already used its strongest attack, but it only blocked the attack of the 6th sword intense. It looked at the last 2 sword intense in horror, and there was only one thought in its mind. I can't fight it. The dark extermination leopard quickly retreated, and the remaining 2 sword intense chased after it. Oh no! Seeing that the 2 sword intense were about to pierce it, the dark extermination leopard cursed. Just as it was about to burn its blood to block the attack, the 2 sword intense stopped abruptly. The sky became clear again, and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning disappeared instantly. It was as if nothing had happened. Rip! The 2 sword intense dissipated in front of it. Looking up, the dark extermination leopard saw Fang Chen's smiling eyes. Phew! The dark extermination leopard took a deep breath. Pervert! Just now, it felt the fear of death, and for a moment, it thought that Fang Chen wanted to kill it. But fortunately, the latter did not want to kill it. What a pervert! In just 2 months, Fang Chen's growth was miraculous. Even the dark extermination leopard, who had inherited the ancient memory, was amazed. Is he the reincarnation of an ancient expert? Chapter 34-29. After 2 months of hard work, he had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Star Sword Art. So powerful. Fang Chen was speechless. The Heavenly Star Sword Art was a top Emperor-level sword art. Now that he had reached the 8th level, he had a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Star Sword Art. The 4 different laws had been integrated and evolved into the Heavenly Star Sword Art. Ancestor Tian Chen was indeed a genius in the sword principle. It was a pity that he had fallen. If Ancestor Tian Chen was still alive, there would be a place for him in the sacred palace. Fang Chen said confidently. Ancestor Tian Chen might even become the 2nd expert after the immortal emperor to step into the emperor realm during the Age of Chaos. Huff. Fang Chen took a deep breath and restrained his aura. After reaching the 8th level, he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to break through again, he needed an opportunity. Crazy. Not far away, the dark exterminating leopard widened its eyes and looked at Fang Chen. With the latter's current strength, he could easily kill it, but he did not do so. This made it have a good impression of Fang Chen. You are the most outstanding genius I have seen in a long time. The dark exterminating leopard praised. In front of you, even the super experts of the ancient times will pale in comparison. Once upon a time, the dark exterminating leopard thought that there were many experts and countless geniuses in the ancient times. It also dreamed of being able to shed the mortal world and achieve supreme hegemony. However, after countless years of training, it increasingly believed that it was impossible for the current era to reach the glory of the ancient times. However, Fang Chen's appearance caused it to change its mind. I can see that you want to practice your sword art. The dark exterminating leopard said, My eldest and 2nd brother, I am no longer qualified to be your sparring partner. Not long ago, my eldest and 2nd brother sent a message that they are about to come out of seclusion. I can recommend you, but I have to remind you that my eldest and 2nd brother are much stronger than me. If you are not strong enough and die in their hands, don't blame me. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his fists. In the deepest part of the mountain, there was a dark cave. Today, multicolored light shot out from the cave as 2 enormous figures walked out leisurely. Greetings, Your Majesty. The surrounding monsters knelt down to welcome the 2 great monsters. One of the demonic beasts was a yellow bull, and the other demonic beast was a python. The 2 demonic beasts exuded an eerie aura that was much stronger than the dark destruction leopard. Where is 3rd brother? The 2 demonic beasts looked at each other and the python said. Whoosh. At this moment, 2 air-piercing sounds could be heard. Congratulations, big brother and 2nd brother. The dark exterminating leopard laughed. Third brother. The python grinned. Did anything major happen during this period of time? Third brother, who is he? Yellow Ox frowned. He was somewhat dissatisfied that the dark leopard had brought a human here. Big brother, second brother, this person can be considered a friend of mine. 2 months ago, he intruded into our territory. Originally, I wanted to kill him, but he was extremely strong. Even after using all my strength, I could only fight him to a standstill. The dark exterminating leopard said, I have been fighting with him for 2 months. He is growing too fast. Now, I am no match for him. Hearing this, the python and the yellow bull stared at Fang Chen with gloomy faces. Eldest brother, second brother, don't misunderstand. He came here with no evil intentions. He just wants to improve his swordsmanship. That is why I brought him here. At the same time, the dark exterminating leopard secretly sent a message to the python and the yellow bull, informing them of Fang Chen's incredible potential. Is he really that powerful? The dark exterminating leopard wanted them to befriend Fang Chen. If such a genius with such potential did not die, he would definitely stand at the top of the martial arts world. He might even restore the prosperity of the ancient times. If they could befriend him when he was still weak, that would be the best outcome. As the descendants of the ancient demonic beasts, the python and the yellow bull were not reckless people. They pondered. If Fang Chen was really as excellent as the dark exterminating leopard said, it would not hurt to befriend him. In that case, let me practice swordsmanship with brother Fang first. The python took a step forward, its aura fluctuating as it spat out its tongue and said with a smile. It just so happens that I have made a breakthrough while I was in seclusion. I have touched the threshold of the 5 elements sacred realm. Maybe I can break through the bottleneck by fighting with you. Okay. Fang Chen said bluntly. He took out the red glass sword. The loud sound of the sword rang through the sky. He felt the pressure from the python, so he performed the heavenly star swordsmanship as soon as they started fighting. The 6th move. The 7th move. The 8th move. He performed 3 moves in a row. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appeared in the sky again. They intertwined with the terrifying sword light and formed a shocking sword net. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Fang Chen and the python fought fiercely. Interesting. Yellow Ox looked at the battlefield and murmured. This guy is only in the yin essence realm, but he can erupt with such terrifying power. More importantly, Yellow Ox saw Fang Chen's sword Dao. He is a natural sword cultivator, and his comprehension of the sword Dao has reached an incredible level. It won't be a problem for him to enter the 5 elements sacred realm in the future. It did not dare to think about the primal chaos supreme realm. This swordsmanship alone is rare among those in the great perfection realm. No wonder third brother is no match for it. Big brother. The dark exterminating leopard walked to Yellow Ox and explained. This swordsmanship is called the Heavenly Star Swordsmanship. It is a top emperor level swordsmanship with a total of 9 levels. When he fought with me for the first time, he had only cultivated the 1st or 2nd level. What? Yellow Ox was shocked when it heard this. You mean, he only used 2 months to cultivate this swordsmanship to the 8th level? The dark exterminating leopard nodded. Yellow Ox was dumbfounded. There was actually such a monstrous genius in the world. Amazing. After a long time, Yellow Ox squeezed out 2 words. Outside the mountain range, the black bear saw the battle through the void. The python's strength is considered top-notch among those in the great perfection realm. I don't think he can defeat it with the 8th level of the heavenly star swordsmanship. The black bear said. It knew that Fang Chen was using the python to practice the heavenly star swordsmanship and wanted to take the opportunity to comprehend the 9th level. Let me see what the upper limit of your potential is. Time flew by. The python was also belligerent. Since the first time it fought with Fang Chen, it took the initiative to challenge Fang Chen almost every day. Of course, the latter would not refuse. Where could he find such a sparring partner? The 3-month deadline was getting closer and closer. And Fang Chen's comprehension of the heavenly star swordsmanship was getting deeper and deeper. He had already touched the threshold of the 9th level. He only needed an opportunity. One day, When Fang Chen was fighting with the python, he entered a state of epiphany. Seeing this, the python immediately stopped attacking and retreated to Yellow Ox's side. Epiphany? Yellow Ox's eyes widened. Wasn't this guy too monstrous? Second brother, how do you feel? Yellow Ox asked with a smile. The python tried hard to think of a word to describe Fang Chen, but it found that it didn't know how to describe him other than monstrous. He's obviously fighting with me to hone this swordsmanship. He's still holding back and hasn't used his full strength, the python said. If he uses his full strength, I probably won't be his match. In fact, there was something he didn't say in his heart, and that was that Yellow Ox might not be able to defeat Fang Chen. Since the fall of the Prime Sovereign, us three brothers have been trapped here. If we want to leave, we can only break through to the Five Elements Sacred Realm, Yellow Ox muttered to himself. But even if we're infinitely close to the Five Elements Sacred Realm, it's still very difficult to enter. After all, this is an independent space created by the Prime Sovereign and is isolated from the outside world. The python and Dark Destruction Leopard naturally understood what Yellow Ox meant. Big brother, what do you mean? The python's eyes flickered. Dark Destruction Leopard also widened its eyes. It didn't expect its big brother to have such an idea. I think we can let him try, Yellow Ox said. No, what if he wants to kill us? Once he succeeds, our lives will be completely in his hands. That's absolutely unacceptable. The python and Dark Destruction Leopard objected. Boom. In the sky, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning intertwined. Fang Chen was bathed in it. Sword-shaped runes flickered around his body, reflecting the light of heaven and earth. Streams of terrifying sword chi spread out. Even the breeze felt incomparably sharp. You've seen his potential. It's only a matter of time before he enters the Five Elements Sacred Realm. In the future, he might even become a top expert on the God's Fall battlefield. Yellow Ox sighed. It's better to follow him than to be trapped here forever. Yellow Ox didn't say anything else. He let the python and Dark Destruction Leopard think carefully. Heavenly Dawn swordsmanship. Fang Chen muttered and suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in the sky merged into the sword chi. He gently pinched his fingers and a sword light that pierced through heaven and earth slashed horizontally. Rip! The void shattered and the earth was cut. Terrifying chi waves swept through the space. Buzz! Heaven and earth returned to normal. Fang Chen slowly got up. I see. He had finally mastered the 9th level of the Heavenly Dawn swordsmanship. Thanks to the python for sparring. Fang Chen grinned. He raised his head and looked not far away. Coincidentally, the 3 demonic beasts were also looking at him. Fang Chen shrugged, somewhat puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Yellow Ox stepped forward, followed by the python and Dark Destruction Leopard. Brother Fang. Yellow Ox said solemnly, if we acknowledge you as our master, would you be willing? Fang Chen was stunned. The Dark Destruction Leopard explained in detail to Fang Chen how they were trapped here. After a while, Fang Chen understood. I see. Fang Chen nodded. Of course I would. 3 perfected demonic beasts were definitely a powerful force. Currently, he had a strong enemy like Lord Mo Dao in the God's Fall battlefield. Naturally, he had to find a way to improve his overall strength. But, the Dark Destruction Leopard's eyes flickered. Fang Chen saw through its thoughts and laughed heartily. I, Fang Chen, treat my brothers like my own hands and feet. I will fight to the death with my enemies. Hearing that, the 3 demonic beasts grinned. In that case, you can refine it. Yellow Ox pointed behind him as he spoke. Chapter 3430. Upon closer inspection, it was not a flower but a small tree. This is... Fang Chen raised his eyebrows as he sensed the powerful pressure emanating from the small tree. This is an immortal seed. We are trapped here because of this immortal seed, Yellow Ox said. The immortal seed was a legendary item. It was said that only super experts of the 5 Elements Sacred Realm could nurture an immortal seed with their blood. 4 yin-yang origin realm martial artists, once they refined an immortal seed, they could devour it. It would be of great help to their own comprehension. It could even strengthen the yin-yang origin in their body. When Fang Chen first stepped into the yin origin realm, his yin-yang origin was 110 feet long. Now, after such a long time of cultivation, his yin-yang origin had grown to 1,000 feet long. Immortal seed. Fang Chen licked his dry lips. My yin-yang origin hasn't reached its limit yet. It can still be improved. Fang Chen was eager to try. Yellow Ox, the python, and the dark destruction leopard brought Fang Chen to the immortal seed. Just as Fang Chen was about to refine it, Black Bear's voice suddenly sounded. Wait. Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped and turned to look at Black Bear. It's you. Yellow Ox obviously knew Black Bear. After seeing Black Bear, Yellow Ox glared at him. You dare to appear in front of us three brothers? The python spat out its tongue and said coldly. As for the dark destruction leopard, it was surrounded by a strong dark aura and was ready to attack. The three of you. Black Bear chuckled. Back then, I unintentionally ruined your matter. Moreover, there's no need to remember such a trivial matter until now, right? Black Bear waved his hand. *T, the python had a bad temper. It rebuked and was ready to attack. Don't you want to leave here? Seeing that the python was about to attack, Black Bear didn't dare to fight and hurriedly shouted. This little guy is from the same sect as my master. If you attack me, you'll never be able to leave here. Hearing Black Bear's words, Yellow Ox was stunned and hurriedly stopped the python. What did you say? Yellow Ox stared at the Black Bear and asked. Black Bear told Yellow Ox about the relationship between Fang Chen and the Sky One Sword Emperor. After the three demonic beasts heard this, their expressions changed. In the end, Yellow Ox felt relieved and no longer mentioned that incident. Consider yourself lucky. Don't provoke us three brothers in the future. After saying that, Yellow Ox let Fang Chen try to refine the immortal seed. This immortal seed contains an extremely strong power. You must be careful. If you're not careful, you might suffer a backlash. Although Yellow Ox really wanted to leave this place, it had to inform Fang Chen of the possible dangers in advance so that the latter could weigh the pros and cons. The Black Bear attacked again, stopping Fang Chen. Black Bear, what do you mean? If you don't let him refine the immortal seed, could it be that you want us to be trapped here forever? Clearly, the Black Bear's actions had completely infuriated the python and the other two. What happened? Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the Black Bear. If you rashly refine the immortal seed, you will definitely suffer a backlash. The Black Bear shrugged. I once heard from my master that this immortal seed is extraordinary. It's the one closest to the ancient immortal seed. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. The immortal seed of the ancient era contained the power of heaven and earth. In this era, it was already very lucky to encounter an immortal seed. As for the power of the immortal seed, it was far inferior to the ancient era. However, the Black Bear said that this immortal seed was infinitely close to the ancient immortal seed. Why was that? This immortal seed was nurtured with the blood of the master of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign. His master was considered a top expert in the 5 elements sacred realm. Most importantly, this expert's bloodline is the famous heaven-refining bloodline from the primordial era. Heaven-refining bloodline. After hearing these words, even Yellow Ox and the other two couldn't help but tremble in fear. What did you say? Yellow Ox asked. The Black Bear nodded and told them that this immortal seed was nurtured by the heaven-refining bloodline and contained the power of the bloodline. Once it was invaded by external forces, it would completely explode. Even though Fang Chen's combat strength was tyrannical, it would be difficult for him to stop the heaven-refining bloodline. Heaven-refining bloodline? Fang Chen had also heard of this bloodline. I wonder if my half-perfect bloodline is comparable to the heaven-refining bloodline? In the ancient era, the heaven-refining bloodline was known as a super bloodline that could refine the heavens. Could it be that your Black Bear has a solution? Yellow Ox asked. The Black Bear shook its head. I don't have a way. If my master was here, he might be able to refine it. Unfortunately, the Black Bear appeared to stop Fang Chen from dying. After all, it was going to bring Fang Chen into the core area to find the heaven-defying token. How could it die here? You. Yellow Ox was a little angry, but soon, it calmed down and looked at Fang Chen with a questioning gaze. I want to try. Fang Chen spoke his mind. In fact, he still had a certain degree of confidence in his half-perfect bloodline. No. The black bear tried to stop him. You're courting death, do you know that? Fang Chen was very calm and shook his head gently. I once had an opportunity to possess a powerful bloodline, so I want to try. Even if I can't refine the heaven-refining bloodline, I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. Fang Chen's attitude was very firm and unquestionable. Brother Fang, you already know the danger here. I advise you to be careful, the dark vanquishing leopard reminded. Even if we three brothers want to leave this place, we won't let you die for no reason, the python also said. Yellow Ox was the only one who remained silent. It's okay. Fang Chen said. Let me try. In fact, Fang Chen wanted to refine the immortal seed for two purposes. First, he wanted to refine the immortal seed to increase the yin essence in his body and improve his strength. Second, he wanted to compete for the heaven-defying token, so he would definitely be blocked by all parties. If he could subdue the three brothers, they would definitely be a great force. He even wondered if the three brothers could stop Lord Mo Dao's attack if they joined forces. Thinking of this, Fang Chen stepped forward and sat cross-legged in front of the immortal seed. The immortal seed was quietly rooted in the soil, surrounded by a seven-colored light, and each leaf was different. Sigh. The black bear sighed and said nothing. Fang Chen's hands touched the first leaf of the immortal seed. In order to refine the immortal seed, he had to refine the 7 leaves separately. Boom! At this moment, a scorching hot aura suddenly rushed into his body, instantly colliding with his internal organs. Poochie! Caught off guard, Fang Chen vomited blood and his face was slightly pale. Did it fail? The python shook its head. The black bear seemed to have expected this. Is this the heaven-refining bloodline? Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he carefully sensed the aura of the heaven-refining bloodline. After a short period of adaptation, he had already investigated the specific situation of this immortal seed. Chapter 34-31. After the baptism of time, the power of the heaven refinement bloodline in the immortal seed had become extremely thin. Boom! Fang Chen released his half-perfect bloodline without hesitation. Dong! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air came from the void, and a terrifying aura was released from his body. This is Yellow Ox, the python, and the dark destruction leopard widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. Heavens, what kind of bloodline is this? It's too powerful. The blood in Black Bear's body instantly froze, and his heartbeat accelerated as he felt an extremely powerful pressure. Is this the power of his bloodline? Yellow Ox's eyes lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. The golden light shone brightly, and the half-perfect bloodline gradually invaded the first leaf. Hiss! Hiss! Almost without any resistance, the first leaf was refined. Then, the second leaf, and the third leaf. About an hour later, Fang Chen finally refined the 7th leaf. At this moment, the motionless immortal seed emitted a dazzling light, and the thin power of the heaven refinement bloodline suddenly erupted and poured into Fang Chen's body. Yellow Ox and the others were very nervous. This was the most important moment, and they must hold on. However, Fang Chen did not disappoint them in the end. He slowly got up and grabbed the immortal seed with his hand. Rip! He opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal seed. Dong! Dong! The power in his body surged wildly, and the primordial yin appeared above his head. Did he really refine it? Black Bear was the most shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen to be able to refine the immortal seed. This is too terrifying. He felt his heart palpitate when he saw the power of the bloodline around Fang Chen's body. Not to mention Master, even the super powerhouses of the 5 elements sacred realm might not be stronger than his bloodline. The power of the immortal seed completely merged into Fang Chen's body. The primordial yin also increased rapidly because of this. 310 feet, 320 feet, 330 feet. The primordial yin increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown to 500 feet. After the initial shock, Yellow Ox praised Fang Chen profusely. He's using the immortal seed to increase his yin essence. Yellow Ox said, refining the heavenly immortal seed is extremely powerful. I wonder how powerful his yin essence will be after he absorbs it. It's already 500 feet, the python said. I remember that in this epoch, the strongest primordial yin cultivator can reach 900 meters. It's already very strong for him to be able to condense it to 500 feet. A terrifying name emerged in the minds of Yellow Ox and the other two. At the moment, Fang Chen was fully immersed in his cultivation. The primordial yin above his head continued to grow, not slowing down at all. The black bear had long been stunned. It had sworn to follow its master into battle, but it had never seen such a monstrous martial artist. This guy. Black Bear smiled bitterly. Could it be that he's really going to surpass that person? In just a few hours, Fang Chen's primordial yin had already reached 8,000 feet. At this moment, even Yellow Ox and the other two couldn't hold back anymore. The refined heaven immortal seed is so powerful. The hearts of the three of them trembled. Given his potential, he's definitely one of the strongest in the heaven-defying alliance. His shock gradually turned into a wide grin. Because they had made the right bet. After refining the immortal seed, Fang Chen could be considered their master. They were willing to follow such a master. It seems that it won't be long before we can follow master into battle, the Dark Destruction Leopard said with a grin. Since ancient times, there had been such a saying. The greater the primordial yin, the higher the chances of entering the five elements sacred realm in the future. Under normal circumstances, as long as the primordial yin reached 500 feet, one would definitely enter the five elements sacred realm. It only needed time. In ancient times, the level of a genius was measured by the primordial yin. 800 feet was enough to rank among the top 100 monstrous geniuses of ancient times. In this era, he was unrivaled and unrivaled. The black bear stared blankly at the primordial yin above Fang Chen's head. Its eyes darted around, wondering if it should follow Fang Chen and leave the war demon continent. I wonder where master is. It thought of the Tianyi Sword Emperor and felt a little depressed. No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. A moment later, the black bear clenched its fists and swore to itself. I haven't reached my limit yet. Fang Chen had already absorbed more than half of the heaven-refining immortal seed. However, his primordial yin had only increased to 900 feet. He felt that he had not reached his limit yet. As he continued to absorb the heaven-refining immortal seed, his primordial yin was also growing. However, it was growing at a slow rate. Heavens! The black bear was already stunned. 900 feet. Fang Chen's primordial yin had already reached 900 feet. Yellow Ox and the other two laughed heartily. The grievances they had accumulated for countless years were swept away. Their eyes flickered as if they were witnessing the birth of a monstrous genius. Boom! Boom! When Fang Chen's primordial yin reached 3,000 feet, it finally stopped growing. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and felt a vast power fill his body. With a thought, he absorbed the 3,000-foot primordial yin into his body. The limit of the primordial yin stage? Fang Chen muttered. This subordinate greets master. Yellow Ox and the other two hurriedly knelt before Fang Chen. Fang Chen's potential completely conquered the three of them. Congratulations, master, for condensing 3,000 feet of primordial yin. Master's potential is unprecedented. Even the black bear gave Fang Chen a thumbs up, praising him. You're too strong. You've truly shocked me. The black bear admitted that even its master, the heavenly one-sword emperor, was not as strong as Fang Chen. That's natural. How can your master compare to our master? The Dark Destruction Leopard gloated. Soon, Fang Chen learned that his 3,000-foot primordial yin could rank in the top 50 of the top 100 monstrous geniuses of the ancient era. Xiao Chen's heart trembled, and he showed a complicated expression. The strongest primordial yin stage cultivator of this epoch had only condensed 900 feet of primordial yin. However, Xiao Chen had condensed 3,000 feet of primordial yin, replacing that cultivator as the strongest primordial yin stage cultivator. However, with such potential, He could barely rank in the top 50 of the top 100 monstrous geniuses of the ancient era. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the ancient era was. 3,000 feet of primordial yin is unrivaled in this epoch. Master is destined to become a lofty figure like the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance in the future. Yellow Ox said. The python and the dark destruction leopard also kept praising Fang Chen. Black Bear, let's write off the grudges between you and us three brothers. What do you think? Yellow Ox said. If Black Bear had not brought Fang Chen here to train his sword skills, they would not have acknowledged Fang Chen as their master. Therefore, they were very grateful to Black Bear from the bottom of their hearts. Black Bear was very open-minded and said that he had never taken this matter to heart. Looking at its shameless appearance, Yellow Ox could not help but want to punch it. By the way, what grudges did you have in the past? Fang Chen asked curiously. Yellow Ox and the other two instantly turned pale when they heard that. They stared fiercely at Black Bear. Black Bear chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. I accidentally passed by this mountain range and had a stomachache, so I pooped. Who would have thought that it happened to be the place where you three brothers were barbecuing? At this point, Black Bear did not dare to continue. Fart. Fang Chen could not help but laugh. Chapter 34-32. 1,000 feet of yin was a threshold. Even in ancient times, those who could condense it were few and far between. Now that Fang Chen had refined the heaven-refining immortal seed, his strength had grown even stronger. Buzz. His primordial spirit vibrated in his mind. He could sense 3 bizarre auras seeping into it, but they soon dissipated into nothingness. He knew that this was the power of karma from Yellow Ox and the other two. From now on, they would be loyal to him. Unless he died, they would never betray him. In fact, this was also a gamble for Yellow Ox and the others. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all, and his potential was also abnormally strong. However, who knew what kind of person he was before they got to know him? If he became stronger in the future, it was also possible that he could kill the 3 of them with a flip of his hand. But now, they had no other choice. Sometimes, loneliness was the most terrifying enemy. We pay our respects to Master. Yellow Ox, the python, and the dark destruction leopard knelt on the ground and greeted him as a master and servant. Get up. Fang Chen nodded, very satisfied. Even if he had super strength, he could not beat Lord Mo Dao single-handedly. With the addition of Yellow Ox and the other two, his combat strength soared. At least he wouldn't be caught off guard when facing Mo Dao. Black Bear, don't you plan to come with us? Yellow Ox glanced at the Black Bear. The inheritance is about to open. After Master obtains it, we will leave this place. The python stuck out its tongue. The dark destruction leopard also grinned. The Black Bear was silent. Its master, the Sky One Sword Emperor, was still alive. How could it change its master? As if seeing the Black Bear's hesitation, Fang Chen said, Your master, the Sky One Sword Emperor, is a meritorious subject of the human race's sacred palace. Since we met here, I will naturally take you away. However, before that, you have to help me obtain the inheritance of the Prime Sovereign and the Sky One Sword Emperor's heaven-defying token. Okay. The Black Bear was instantly energized and nodded heavily. Outside the mountain range, 2 middle-aged men were walking slowly. I say, Brother Yang, everyone has entered the core area. Why are we here? The man called Brother Yang was wearing golden armor and flowing light. One could tell at a glance that this person was extraordinary. Forget it, forget it. There's no point in asking. Seeing Brother Yang's indifferent look, the man in black shook his head. It's been 1 billion years since you and I reached the great perfection stage. We can't miss this opportunity. The 2 of them came from the sacred fire continent, which was extremely far away from the war demon continent. It was also much bigger than the ancient immortal continent and had more resources. The sacred fire continent was the core of Lord Mo Dao's territory. It was rumored that in the sacred fire continent, there was a peerless expert who had survived the battle of the ancient gods. He had been sleeping all this time, as if he was recuperating. Although it was only a legend, it had intimidated countless martial artists. Even Lord Mo Dao did not dare to invade the sacred fire continent with great fanfare. As a result, although the sacred fire continent was under Lord Mo Dao's control, it was not under his jurisdiction. Yang Kuan was the #1 expert of the sacred fire continent. Mo Han was second only to Yang Kuan. Both of their cultivations had reached the level of great perfection. In fact, he was almost on par with the first divine general under Lord Mo Dao. Mo Dao is eyeing our sacred fire continent covetously. We must find a way to break through. The completion of the yin-yang origin realm was the 5 elements sacred realm. Once one entered the 5 elements sacred stage, everything would change. Then why did we come here? Mohan asked curiously. Yang Kuan's black eyes stared into the depths of the mountain range. After a long while, he said slowly, I sense the aura of the heaven-refining bloodline. What? Hearing this, Mohan exclaimed. He knew better than anyone what the heaven-refining bloodline meant. Brother Yang, are you saying that the heaven-refining bloodline's aura exists in this mountain range? Mohan asked hurriedly. Yang Kuan said, that news is true. There should be an immortal seed in this mountain range. Heaven-refining immortal seed. At this moment, the smile on Mohan's face had long disappeared and was replaced by a frozen expression. Immortal seeds, that was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Not good. Yang Kuan suddenly exclaimed. The heaven-refining bloodline's aura is weakening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Kuan's figure flashed as he rushed into the mountain range. Seeing this, Mohan followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. They suddenly saw Fang Chen and the 4 great beasts. Perfected stage beasts. Mohan stopped in his tracks and widened his eyes. Yang Kuan, who was at the side, stared at Fang Chen. Who is he? Mohan frowned. So it's you. Yang Kuan recognized Fang Chen. To be precise, he recognized the black bear beside Fang Chen. 3 months ago, the battle between the black bear and Jiyu Tianhua attracted a lot of attention. Later, a mysterious martial artist appeared out of thin air and rescued the black bear. This matter spread like wildfire. Chimph, Jiyu Tianhua has been looking for you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. After the shock, Mohan stabilized his body and sneered. Roar. The black bear roared angrily and was very unhappy. Yellow Ox and the other 2 looked at Yang Kuan mockingly. I can sense a trace of the heaven-refining bloodline's aura on your body. As he spoke, Yang Kuan stretched out his palm. Hand over the heaven-refining immortal seed and I can spare your life. He was calm as if he didn't take Fang Chen seriously at all. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. How does he know about the heaven-refining immortal seed? But soon, Fang Chen came back to his senses. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you pretending to be stupid? Mohan was furious and attacked as fast as lightning. Roar. The dark destruction leopard roared and opened its bloody mouth, charging at Mohan. Crack. Caught off guard, one of Mohan's arms was bitten off by the dark destruction leopard. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Mohan's mouth. His eyes were scarlet and he bared his teeth. Beast, you're courting death. Then, he used his strongest attack, wanting to kill the dark destruction leopard. Since you're in my way, I'll kill you now. Mohan flipped his palm and a flame whizzed out, quickly condensing into a fireball. Be careful. After feeling the powerful force of the fireball, the python swung its tail and collided with the fireball. Rumble. A deafening sound spread. One side of the python's tail was charred black. The fireball, after staggering, continued to blast towards the dark destruction leopard. You've gone too far. Yellow Ox was furious. With a moo, it kicked the fireball with its hoof. Boom. The fireball exploded and flames soared into the sky. Bang. Mohan's body flew backward and spat out blood. Yang Kuan caught him. Stupid humans. Yellow Ox spoke in human language. They had just recognized Fang Chen as their master. These 2 guys in front of them were rude to their master, so they naturally had to express their stance. You're not my match. Get out of the way. My target is only it. Yang Kuan was still very arrogant. Chapter 34-33. There were strong and weak Great Perfection Realm experts. And this young Kuan was the top Great Perfection Realm expert. Everyone knew that the strongest Great Perfection Realm expert under Lord Mo Dao was the first Divine General. And this young Kuan had once fought with the first Divine General. As for the outcome, no one knew. They only knew that since then, the first Divine General had never stepped into the sacred fire continent again. Mohan and him were like brothers. However, he was injured by a few stupid beasts. He couldn't accept it. Brother Yang. Mohan endured his injuries and reminded him. These beasts are a little strange. Be careful. After all, they were 3 Great Perfection Realm beasts. If they joined forces, he was afraid that Yang Kuan wouldn't be able to defeat them. Yang Kuan waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. In his eyes, there was only Fang Chen. The closer he got, the more he could sense the heaven-refining bloodline aura emitted from Fang Chen's body. Give me the immortal seed. Yang Kuan's face was gloomy as he said angrily. He seemed to have thought of a possibility, which made him even angrier. I did get the heaven-refining immortal seed, and I can tell you clearly that it has already been refined by me. Fang Chen sneered. If you want it, take it out of my stomach. You're courting death. Yang Kuan attacked. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Crack. The void shattered, and a vast power rushed towards him. This punch was enough to kill any Yang Essence Realm martial artist. Even an ordinary Great Perfection Realm martial artist wouldn't dare to block it. This was Yang Kuan's overbearingness. The vast power swept everything. Yang Kuan rode on the clouds and looked down at Fang Chen from above. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Weak. In his opinion, Fang Chen was a weak martial artist. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. Ignoring us. Yellow Ox was furious. In their territory, he actually ignored them and directly attacked their master. This was intolerable. Kill. Yellow Ox took the lead, and the python and dark leopard attacked together. They appeared around the fist radiance from different directions. Wang. Yellow Ox kicked the beast with its hoof while the python swung its tail. As for the dark vanquishing leopard, it opened its mouth wide in an attempt to devour the fist radiance. Boom. The attacks of the 3 demonic beasts landed on the fist radiance. In an instant, the fist light shattered and an extremely terrifying aura spread to the horizon. It bombarded the clouds under Yang Kuan's feet, forcing him to take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kuan re-examined the 3 monster beasts. Interesting. Its gaze fell on Yellow Ox. That was because it could feel how terrifying Yellow Ox was. Although the 3 demonic beasts were all at the consummate level, Yellow Ox was the strongest. Let's end this quickly and finish off this Yellow Ox. Yang Kuan thought. He attacked again, fighting against the 3 demonic beasts. Fang Chen shrugged. You can't even beat the 3 of them, and you want to kill me? Dream on. Yang Kuan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill. Yang Kuan's eyes turned red as he fought fiercely with the 3 demonic beasts. However, he was only a human after all. The 3 demonic beasts were all descendants of ancient beast kings. They were extremely powerful. The 3 of them worked together and forced Yang Kuan to retreat. Bang! Finally, after Yellow Ox's hoof, Yang Kuan was sent flying and smashed into the soil. Brother Yang. Mohan ran wildly and came to the big pit 10 miles away to help Yang Kuan up. Let's go. Yang Kuan grabbed Mohan without any hesitation and jumped, quickly escaping from this place. However, how could Yellow Ox let him get what he wanted? This is my territory. Moo. Yellow Ox looked up to the sky and roared. It stomped its hooves and turned into a long rainbow, chasing after them. Master, don't worry. Those 2 humans won't be able to escape. Although Big Brother is a bull demon, his speed is something that even birds can't match. The python said. The dark annihilation leopard also nodded. They knew Yellow Ox's speed very well. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Yellow Ox returned. Bang. 2 figures fell under Fang Chen's feet. At this moment, Yang Kuan was covered in blood and his face was ferocious. He seemed to have been seriously injured. As for Mo Han, he was on the verge of death. Fang Chen found that Yang Kuan's primordial spirit had been severely injured. This guy was dishonest. He wanted to trick me, but I almost smashed his head with my hoof. Yellow Ox said calmly. Hearing that, Fang Chen was stunned. It seemed that Yang Kuan's primordial spirit was cracked because of Yellow Ox's hoof. It looked at Yellow Ox and re-examined it. Master, I don't dare to say about other bull demons, but my hoof is harder than a holy treasure. How can a yin-yang primordial realm cultivator resist it? Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't expect Yellow Ox's hoof to be so hard. He nodded slightly and then looked at Yang Kuan and Mo Han. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Yang Kuan was cold and silent, while Mo Han kept screaming. Bang! Yellow Ox gave Yang Kuan another kick with its hoof. The latter almost fainted. Fang Chen hurriedly stopped it, afraid that Yellow Ox would kick Yang Kuan to death. Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Yellow Ox said. Although it looked rough, it was very meticulous. It also wanted to know how Yang Kuan knew about the heavenly seed of immortality. Under Yellow Ox's coercion, Yang Kuan finally couldn't take it anymore and began to answer. After hearing that, Fang Chen understood. You too, instead of living a carefree life in the sacred fire continent, you came to my territory to behave atrociously. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Yellow Ox sneered. Yang Kuan and Mo Han's hearts were filled with curses. If I knew that there was such a freak like you in this mountain range, I wouldn't have come even if I was beaten to death. How did you find the heavenly seed of immortality? Yellow Ox forced. It didn't believe that the outside world would know about this. I can sense the aura of the heavenly seed of immortality. Yang Kuan said, because we have a bloodline that is very similar to the heavenly seed of immortality. Yellow Ox looked at Fang Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. I'm not a merciful person. You guys wanted to kill me, but you guys were restrained by me. Tell me, should I kill you all or throw you into the horde of beasts and let them torture you? Fang Chen smiled evilly. Hearing that, Yang Kuan and Mo Han's hearts tightened. You can't kill us. Mo Han shouted. We are people of the sacred fire continent. If you kill us, there will be a great disaster, Yang Kuan said. Bang! Another sudden hoof. Mo Han directly fainted, while Yang Kuan's internal organs were shaken and he directly fell to the ground. Don't you know who you are? How dare you threaten my master? Yellow Ox said. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yang Kuan with interest. Give me a reason not to kill you. Yang Kuan's expression changed. After a moment of silence, he finally revealed a secret. Chapter 34-34. The warriors who survived the Battle of Ancient Gods were definitely not ordinary people. Fang Chen was moved. He didn't expect the Holy Fire Continent to have such a peerless expert. One had to know that the Battle of the Ancient Gods was extremely tragic. Only 1 in 10,000 could survive. And even if they survived, they would be in a deep sleep. Compared to the descendants of the ancient era, their deterrence was many times stronger. To be honest, Fang Chen could kill people like Yang Kuan and Mo Han with a finger. But even if the expert of the Holy Fire Continent was seriously injured and in a deep sleep, he didn't want to provoke him. Is this true? Black Bear's face was serious. He knew what this meant. Humph, even if he's an expert who survived the ancient battle of gods, what does it have to do with you? I don't believe that if you die, the sleeping expert will avenge you. Yellow Ox and Python sneered after a moment. Dark Destruction Leopard nodded. They were also descendants of the ancient times, so they knew very well just how terrifying the battles that those sleeping powerhouses had been through were. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at Yang Kuan and didn't say anything. Yang Kuan saw Fang Chen's eyes and his heart trembled. He said anxiously, both of us have the sky-refining bloodline. We came from the sleeping expert. Finally, Yang Kuan told the truth. After they dominated the Holy Fire Continent, they explored a relic and accidentally found an opportunity. From then on, their bloodline evolved into the sky-refining bloodline. This was why they could sense the aura of the sky-refining bloodline. Sky-refining bloodline? Fang Chen frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something. You're lying. Yellow Ox scolded. The sky-refining bloodline in your body is very weak. How can you be the descendant of the sleeping expert? Yellow Ox didn't believe it. Yang Kuan said helplessly, in fact, the sky-refining bloodline in their bodies did come from the sleeping expert's inheritance. However, this thin bloodline was nothing to the sleeping powerhouse. He didn't see them as his descendants at all. It was just what they thought. I see. The Dark Destruction Leopard nodded. Do you think that sleeping expert will avenge you if we kill the two of you? The experts who had survived the ancient times would turn their inheritances into countless opportunities and scatter them all over the Godsfall battlefield. Obtaining one of the fortuitous encounters did not mean that it had much to do with this expert. Only by obtaining the core opportunity could one be considered a true successor. Yang Kuan's face sank, and he remained silent. Fang Chen gently flicked his finger and asked, "Do you know where the sleeping expert is?" Hearing this, Yellow Ox and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Master, Yellow Ox had guessed Fang Chen's intention. No, we can't compare to the experts who have survived since the ancient times, even if they are seriously injured. The python was also trying to dissuade him. Fang Chen waved his hand. I'm just interested in the space-refining bloodline. The heaven-refining bloodline could nurture the heaven-refining immortal seed. Although the space-refining bloodline was the first level of the heaven-refining bloodline, it might be able to nurture other immortal seeds. Moreover, Fang Chen's real purpose was to absorb all the magical bloodlines in the world and transform his half-perfect bloodline into a true perfect bloodline. Thinking of this, Fang Chen licked his dry lips. His eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kuan. There are only two paths in front of you. The first is to submit to me, and the second is to die. Yang Kuan was shocked and looked at Mo Han. The two shook their heads helplessly, sighed, and chose to submit. After the two made the martial oath, their lives were completely in Fang Chen's hands. Of course, they were different from Yellow Ox and the others. Yellow Ox, the python, and the Dark Destruction Leopard had a much higher status in Fang Chen's heart. Strictly speaking, they were Fang Chen's servants. Yang Kuan greets Master. Mo Han greets Master. Yang Kuan and Mo Han knelt on the ground. Get up and tell me everything you know. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking very indifferent. But in Yang Kuan's heart, he was unstoppable, like a giant. Master, the sacred fire continent. A moment later, Yang Kuan told Fang Chen what he knew. However, they were unable to determine where the sleeping powerhouse was. Fang Chen nodded. Let's not talk about this matter for now. After leaving the War Demon continent, he would go to the Sacred Fire continent to investigate. What do you know about Lord Mo Dao? Fang Chen asked. Lord Mo Dao? Mo Han was a little puzzled. I have some grudges with Mo Dao, Fang Chen said in an indifferent manner. However, when Yang Kuan heard this, his body trembled. Master, how did you provoke Lord Mo Dao? Mo Han asked hurriedly. Lord Mo Dao is the absolute ruler of this territory, and has many divine generals under his command. Before Yang Kuan could finish, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Yang Kuan's expression changed slightly as he continued. Scenic Demon Palace? The territory that Mo Dao was in was called the Scenic Demon Territory, and it was led by the Scenic Demon Palace that he had founded. There were countless broken continents under the Scenic Demon Palace. Mo Dao was the Scenic Demon Palace Master, and also a 5 elements Sacred Realm super expert. He had many divine generals and countless yin-yang origin realm martial artists under his command. After hearing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. The Scenic Demon Palace's strength was beyond his imagination. However, this alone was not enough to make him fearful. With my current strength, if I go all out, I should be able to escape unscathed from Mo Dao. In the Godsfall battlefield, he had nothing to worry about. If he wanted to escape, Mo Dao could not do anything to him. However, the Scenic Demon Palace's strength is not limited to this. Yang Kuan said. I once killed a divine general of the Scenic Demon Palace and learned a great secret from him. Speaking of this, Yang Kuan's expression turned solemn. Behind the scenic demon palace, there are 3 experts who survived from the ancient times. What? Yellow Ox and the others could not help but be surprised. 3. Black Bear nodded. It was no wonder that the scenic demon palace could occupy a territory in the dangerous Godsfall battlefield. Back then, there was a prodigy of the heaven-defying alliance who wanted to take over the scenic demon palace, but he mysteriously disappeared in the end. It is said that it was the doing of those 3 experts. Yang Kuan said. This was a secret of the scenic demon territory. Ordinary people would not know about it. Fang Chen's eyes turned. He felt that the Godsfall battlefield was even more unfathomable. Next, Yang Kuan talked about the scenic demon territory and the heaven-defying alliance. Of course, he was too weak and knew too little about the heaven-defying alliance. Forget it. Once I get the heaven-defying token, I will know everything. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Yang Kuan and Mo Han were heavily injured, so the group rested here for a few days. After a few days, the 2 of them recovered from their injuries. A piece of news quickly spread through the independent space. The inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had appeared. In the core area, several 5-element sacred realm powerhouses were locked in a fierce battle. The Yin-Yang Origin realm martial artists did not dare to approach. Let's wait until they are both injured before we go, Black Bear said. Black Bear said. If they went now, even if they used a secret passage, they might be discovered by Mo Dao and the others. During this period of time, the independent space was very chaotic. Shocking news continued to spread one after another. An expert went against the heavens and killed a divine general, angering Lord Mo Dao. Lord Mo Dao attacked with lightning speed, severely injuring the expert and forcing him to flee. Not long after, another piece of news spread that Lord Mo Dao had entered the inheritance land. Fang Chen heard news from time to time. However, one day, he suddenly opened his eyes. Is the news accurate? Fang Chen asked. Yang Kuan nodded. It was rumored that a young martial artist surnamed Ji Yu had unparalleled fist seals. His iron fists swept through the Yin-Yang Origin realm and even forced back a divine general with one punch. The man surnamed Ji Yu? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he guessed correctly, this person must be Ji Yu Tianhua. It's said that this man surnamed Ji Yu has an unfathomable expert behind him. Even Lord Mo Dao and the others don't want to offend this expert. The ancestor of the Ji Yu family? Fang Chen pondered. Is there any news about him? Yang Kuan shook his head. That expert was very mysterious and had not made a move yet. However, Lord Mo Dao ordered his divine generals not to offend the man surnamed Ji Yu. This was also something that shocked everyone greatly. Master, you can't be. Seeing Black Bear, Yang Kuan naturally thought of the person who saved Black Bear from Ji Yu Tianhua that day was Fang Chen. Now, looking at Fang Chen's expression, he had a bad premonition. Ji Yu Tianhua's cultivation level is low, but his methods are very strange, Yang Kuan warned. Chen PH, Ji Yu Tianhua is nothing. He's lucky that I didn't kill him that day. Black Bear said angrily. Yang Kuan and Mohan said nothing. You don't believe me? That day, this kid's strength was far beyond Ji Yu Tianhua's. He only chose to escape because he used the purple fire talisman and was afraid that the people of the Demon Scenic Palace would sense his aura. Black Bear said the truth. That day, everyone thought that Fang Chen was no match for Ji Yu Tianhua and had escaped. Purple fire talisman? Isn't that divine General Mo Long's item? Yang Kuan was stunned. Fang Chen did not hide anything and told Yang Kuan that not only divine General Mo Long, but even divine General He Ji Yu had died in his hands. Unfortunately, the divine General Yu Demon had escaped with serious injuries. Fang Chen curled his lips and said it casually. However, Yang Kuan's heart was trembling. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. What kind of freak was his master? How could he easily kill a divine general? TMPH, Demon Scenic Palace is nothing. If they dare to offend master, we 3 brothers will just destroy them. Dark Destruction Leopard said. The python flicked its tongue and its attitude was obvious. Only Yellow Ox did not speak. Boss, say something. Are we going to do it or not? Dark Destruction Leopard asked. Could it be that all these years, time has erased your domineering aura? Hearing that, Yellow Ox raised its head. Moo. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Yellow Ox spoke in human language. Mo Dao is not scary. The scary ones are the three supreme experts behind the Demon Scenic Palace. Chapter 34-35. At the core of the standalone space, countless cultivators stood at the foot of the mountain, not daring to casually ascend it. After traveling for several days, Fang Chen and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. The inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign and the Heaven-defying token are in this mountain? Fang Chen asked. The black bear nodded. It looked around with its large eyes and finally confirmed that the danger was over. Those 5-element sage experts have already entered the mountain and will not be able to come out for a while. This meant that no one in this vast standalone space could threaten Fang Chen. Many corpses littered the desolate plain, and blood flowed like a river. In the past few days, there had been endless battles. Many cultivators had fallen, leaving behind only extremely strong cultivators. The arrival of Fang Chen's group attracted the attention of some people. They discovered that Fang Chen was only a yin essence stage cultivator. Fang Chen's lips curled up in a meaningful smile. A yin essence stage cultivator dares to come here? Are you seeking death? An extremely unfriendly voice came from the crowd. Just watch. This brat will not live past today. He will definitely die. Right now, everyone is waiting for the commotion in the mountain. To think that this fellow dares to come and join in the fun. A boorish man walked towards Fang Chen. Brat, hand over everything you have, and I can spare your life. This person gave off a terrifying aura. Clearly, he was a peak young essence stage cultivator. Scram. The black bear said angrily. Black bear. At this moment, the crowd discovered that the black bear that Jiyu Tianhua nearly killed back then was actually here. I say, black bear, don't tell me that this brat is the reinforcements you found. Many people roared with laughter. Fang Chen remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back. He did not care about the crowd's mockery. You are seeking death. The burly man did not fear the black bear's roar. He threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! However, before the burly man's fist could reach Fang Chen, it was blocked. Immediately after, the burly man felt a terrifying force rush over, quickly invading his body and sending him flying. Boom! His body smashed heavily onto the ground. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Mo Han of the Sacred Fire Continent. Someone recognized the person who stopped them and was surprised. That's Yang Kuan. Since he recognized Mo Han, he naturally recognized Yang Kuan. Only then did the crowd realize that the two cultivators had also arrived. Mo Han, what do you mean? The burly man who had been sent flying earlier got up and said angrily, if you say another word of nonsense, do you believe that I won't kill you? Mo Han sneered. Yang Kuan remained silent as he stood behind Fang Chen. Yellow Ox and the other two had restrained their auras, making them look like ordinary demonic beasts. The burly man was a little afraid of Mo Han, so he didn't say anything else. However, there were quite a few powerhouses here, and there were even quite a number of great perfection deities. Sure enough, a consummate paragon couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Yang Kuan, Mo Han, this is not your sacred fire continent. Don't be so arrogant. Boom. Without another word, Mo Han attacked. A moment later, the paragon who attacked Mo Han retreated in defeat. Mo Han, you've gone too far. Extremely dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. A yin essence stage cultivator is not qualified to come here. We are only targeting him. Why do you keep attacking him? Someone questioned. Mo Han swept his gaze across the crowd. Then, he said coldly, anyone who speaks rudely to my master will be killed without mercy. Whoosh! Startled cries rang out in the desolate plain. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. What? This fellow is Mo Han's master? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that he hid his aura? Everyone stared at Fang Chen with fervent gazes. However, Some people who didn't believe in heresy continued to attack Fang Chen. However, the result was extremely miserable. Mohan attacked again and killed that person. Mohan had just arrived, but he already killed a great perfection deity, shocking everyone. From the start to the end, Fang Chen did not say anything. Yellow Ox snickered. These idiots actually dared to challenge his master. If the three of them released their auras of great perfection deities, these people would probably be scared silly. However, they didn't do so. Everyone feared Fang Chen and kept retreating. Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out. A person walked out of the crowd. This person wore black armor and had a sullen expression. He exuded a berserk aura. "It's the Black God General," someone exclaimed. At the same time, they rejoiced. With the Black God General here, Yang Kuan and Mohan could no longer be arrogant. That fellow would definitely die. Humph. Do you think that you can sit back and relax after hugging the Holy Fire Continent's thigh? What a joke. The Black God General is cruel and vicious. This place has already been sealed off by the Demon Scenic Palace. A Yin Essence Realm cultivator barging in is just seeking death. Ha ha ha. I want to see how Yang Kuan and Mohan will deal with this. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The Black God General's gaze remained fixed on Yang Kuan. As for Fang Chen, he did not care at all. Such a small fry was not worthy of him personally making a move. This place has already been sealed off by my Demon Scenic Palace. The Black God General asked, "What is the meaning of this from the Holy Fire Continent?" Not only did they barge in, but they also killed a Demon Scenic Palace cultivator. This was a capital offense. I already said that anyone who insults my master will be killed without mercy. Mohan's gaze turned cold. The Black God General pointed at Fang Chen and mocked, "Did I hear wrong? Or has your Holy Fire Continent declined? You actually acknowledged a Yin Essence Realm trash as your master?" The Black God General looked down on everything, hating the Holy Fire Continent. Mohan frowned. However, his frown soon relaxed. "Back then, you were ordered to go to the Holy Fire Continent to invite the two of us. However, we rejected you, feeling humiliated. What's wrong? Are you trying to use this opportunity to redeem yourself?" On hearing Mohan's words, the Black God General's expression turned even more sullen. However, he still suppressed the rage in his heart. Mohan and Yang Kuan were extremely strong. Right now, he was the only Black God General in this region. He probably could not defeat the two. Hence, he did not want to seek trouble for himself. A Yin Essence Realm cultivator is not qualified to come here. The Black God General said, "I just want to kill this brat. As for your Holy Fire Continent, I'll give you some face." The Black God General's words were extremely arrogant. It was like Fang Chen was a dead man in his eyes. "Idiot." Fang Chen mocked. Although Fang Chen's voice was soft, everyone present was a peak Yang Essence Realm expert or even a consummation Yang Essence Realm cultivator. Hence, they heard it very clearly. "What did you say?" The Black God General glared at Fang Chen. "If not for Yang Kuan and Mohan, you would have died 100 times already." However, not only was Fang Chen not afraid, but he even dared to look directly at the Black God General. "In my eyes, you are like an ant. Killing you is easy." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. "However, I do not want to dirty my hands, so I spared your dog life. If you provoke me again, I will definitely kill you." The surroundings roared with laughter, thinking that Fang Chen was just putting on an act. "I'm going to kill you." The Black God General roared furiously. Mohan was the first to step forward and stop the Black God General. After that, Yang Kuan made a move as well. "Yang Kuan, are you really going to fall out with our Demon Scenic Palace?" The Black God General used the Demon Scenic Palace to threaten Yang Kuan. A hint of hesitation flashed across the latter's eyes, but in the end, he still stood opposite the Black God General. "Let's end this matter here," Yang Kuan said. The current them was not strong enough to fight against the Demon Scenic Palace, so they would try their best to avoid conflict. "Good, very good. I have already informed the other divine generals of the Demon Scenic Palace. When they arrive, all of you will die." the Black God General said furiously. Feeling the killing intent from the Black God General, the dark exterminating panther could not hold back. Since you have found helpers, I will kill you first. The dark exterminating panther attacked with lightning speed, and a terrifying aura instantly spread and swept across the land. What is that? Everyone exclaimed. An aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth rushed toward them. Everyone was completely shocked. They did not expect this Black God General to be a great fulfillment. Heavens, this is a great fulfillment demonic beast. What is going on? Why is a great fulfillment demonic beast willing to follow him? Could it be that he is a 5-element Saint Realm elite who is deliberately hiding his aura? Countless guesses spread out. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with complicated expressions. Boom! In the sky, a deafening sound came, and a terrifying aura filled the land. Ah! The Black God General roared and entered a frenzied state. I will kill you, you beast. The Black God General was enraged to the extreme for a divine general to be forced to such a state by a beast. Die! The dark exterminating panther attacked with all its might, directly crushing the Black God General. No. The latter was terrified and frantically fled. You can't escape. The dark exterminating panther chased. Everyone in the wilderness was completely shocked. They were evenly matched just now, but in the blink of an eye, the Black God General was suppressed. Was this real? Heavens, that is a divine general, but he is being chased like a stray dog. Too strong. Is this the power of a great fulfillment demonic beast? I now understand why Yang Kuan and Mohan recognized that person as their master. Perhaps it is because of this great fulfillment demonic beast. However, what they did not know was that Fang Chen's strength was not weaker than the dark exterminating panther. A bunch of fools. If master makes a move, they will all die. Yellow Ox said. Fang Chen shook his head and looked ahead. A bold idea appeared in his mind. Since he would not rest until one of them was dead, he might as well take the initiative to attack. I killed Mo Dao's son, Divine General Mo Long and Divine General Blackdrum, and Divine General Yumo escaped. This matter has probably reached the ears of the upper echelons of the Demon Palace. Fang Chen pondered. This matter would be exposed sooner or later. With the means of a 5-element saint, it would not be difficult to find him. Rather than that, he might as well strike first and weaken the Demon Palace's strength while Mo Dao entered the mountain. Fang Chen licked his dry lips. Divine generals had a high status in the Demon Palace, and they were extremely powerful. If I kill all these divine generals, the overall strength of the Demon Palace will be greatly reduced. Of course, Fang Chen had another motive for having such an idea. That was to disrupt the Demon Palace's vision and take advantage of the chaos to obtain the heaven-defying token. Master! Yellow Ox's eyes darted around, seemingly guessing Fang Chen's thoughts. Let's wait a little longer. Boom! While Fang Chen was thinking, another rumbling sound came from the sky. The Black God General roared hysterically as his aura weakened and his vitality dissipated. Chapter 34-36. I can't accept this. With a furious roar, the Black Divine General fell into a pool of blood unwillingly. Everyone in the wasteland trembled. They could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, even the great fulfillment experts looked at Fang Chen with complicated expressions. They were curious as to who this guy was and how he could control such a powerful demonic beast. Crack! The dark annihilating leopard stepped on the Black Divine General and crushed his head. Too weak. Then, it turned around and muttered. When everyone heard this, they could not help but have the urge to curse. You're the one who's too strong. That was the Black Divine General. Among the many divine generals under Lord Mo Dao, he was at least in the top 5. How dare you kill the people of Scenic Demon Palace? You're dead meat. Among the crowd, there were martial artists from Scenic Demon Palace who were furious. However, they did not dare to show their faces because of the dark annihilating leopard and Yang Kuan's strength. In the Scenic Demon territory, Scenic Demon Palace is the absolute ruler. How dare you kill the people of Scenic Demon Palace? No one can save you. Everyone, are you going to sit by and do nothing? Humph, once Lord Mo Dao returns from the mountain, All of you will have to bear his wrath. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. They could not bear Lord Modao's wrath. For a moment, everyone was wavering. Those from Scenic Demon Palace who were hiding in the dark sneered. As long as they were bewitched, they could make them waver. With Scenic Demon Palace's strength, it would not be long before they took action. Junior, who hides his head and shows his tail. Come out if you dare. The dark annihilating leopard said angrily. Humph, the divine general of Scenic Demon Palace will be here soon. You're dead meat. Bang. The python attacked. It swung its huge tail and a few figures in the crowd were instantly entangled by its tail. Hiss. It flicked its tongue and its venom sprayed on the figures. Immediately, these people's bodies were corroded, and their souls were scattered. Great fulfillment. The restless crowd fell into a state of complete silence. Great waves of shock surged in their hearts. The darkness annihilation leopard alone was enough to give them a headache. Who would have thought that a perfect stage demonic beast would jump out now? At this moment, the python emitted a terrifying aura. Its huge body stood upright on the ground as it said coldly, "Those who dare to threaten my master will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, the wasteland fell silent. The people from Scenic Fiend Palace who were hiding in the dark were trembling in fear. Those martial artists who were about to attack also retreated rapidly while cupping their fists at the python. Brother Python, this is a misunderstanding. We are not from the Scenic Devil Palace. We will definitely not be your enemies. That's right. We only live within the Scenic Devil Dominion. We'll leave immediately. Many martial artists saw that the situation was not good and fled in panic. He's here. Yang Kuan shrugged his shoulders and said in a low voice. Fang Chen looked into the distance. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A terrifying power swept through the world. Who dares to kill a divine general of my Jingmo Palace? A shocked voice came from the thunderclouds. Everyone was moved. The Scenic Devil Palace's divine general had arrived. Hoo hoo hoo. Countless sonic booms sounded. The 9 divine generals of the Scenic Devil Palace had all arrived. Behind them were a few elders of the Scenic Devil Palace. The leader was dressed in silver armor. He was the first divine general of the Scenic Devil Palace. Yang Kuan. His gaze was fixed on Yang Kuan. Your sacred fire continent dares to be enemies with my Scenic Devil Palace? The first divine general said coldly. Back then, you killed a divine general of my Scenic Devil Palace. We have yet to settle the score. It's fine if you hide in the sacred fire continent, but you dare to be so arrogant in the war demon continent. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yang Kuan was known as the strongest person below the divine general. He was an extremely powerful great perfection. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Yang Kuan to have the power to match a divine general several years ago. He had even killed a divine general. The most important thing was that he was able to live until now unscathed. It was not hard to tell from the first divine general's words. The Scenic Devil Palace seemed to be wary of the expert behind the sacred fire continent. Yang Kuan remained silent. It's him. Behind the first divine general, the Imperial Demon Divine General was furious when he saw Fang Chen. He was the one who killed Divine General Mo Long at the same time. The divine generals saw He Xiong at the side and instantly understood. The one who had saved He Xiong from Jiu Tianhua must be Fang Chen. Oh! The first divine general looked at Fang Chen with interest. Yin essence stage? Fang Chen looked at the first divine general fearlessly. The 9 divine generals, including the 3 who had died earlier, made a total of 12. They were all present. Fang Chen licked his dry lips, full of fighting spirit. Get over here and accept your death. The first divine general said coldly. You're courting death. Mohan was furious. His body turned into a beam of red light as he attacked first. I'll kill him. A slightly weaker divine general was fighting against Mohan. Yang Kuan, I'll deal with you. The 4th divine general leaped and found Yang Kuan. Kaboom! Fists and legs collided. The entire world turned dark. The martial artists hiding in the distance were even more shocked. Next, 2 more divine generals walked out and entangled the python and the dark destruction leopard. At this time, only He Xiong and Yellow Ox were left beside Fang Chen. "You're making enemies for the Demon Spectacle Palace," He Xiong said. "With just the 2 of you?" The first divine general was very conceited. "I'm curious. What kind of courage do you have to stand against me?" Facing the first divine general's arrogance, Fang Chen calmly retorted. His words shocked everyone present. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if the first divine general would fly into a rage. "How dare you!" Another divine general walked out, wanting to capture Fang Chen. "Get lost." Yellow Ox attacked first, sending the divine general flying with a hoof. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The divine general fell to the ground, dying. "Oh my God!" The surrounding crowd was shocked. A hoof heavily injured a divine general. Wasn't this too terrifying? What's the background of this Yellow Ox? It's too powerful. Has this Yellow Ox already taken that step? Even the first divine general might not be a match for it, right? The discussion reached the first divine general's ears. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Yellow Ox. "So, it's your backer?" After a while, the first divine general sneered. He looked high and mighty, as if everything in the world was under his control. "I admit that it's stronger than ordinary great perfection cultivators, but don't forget that the Demon Spectacle Palace is able to command the Demon Spectacle Weave without any foundation." Boom! The first divine general took a step forward and flew above Yellow Ox's head. "I haven't fought for a long time. The world seems to have forgotten how powerful I am." The first divine general attacked. The moment he attacked, he and Yellow Ox fought fiercely. Everyone was shocked again. Yellow Ox was too powerful. The first divine general was recognized as the strongest person under the 5 elements saint realm in the Demon Spectacle Weave. Over the countless years, every one of his achievements was traceable. Not long ago, there was news that a small force had defied the will of the Demon Spectacle Palace, and the first divine general had attacked and uprooted it. It was said that this force had 3 peak great perfection cultivators, and all of them were killed by the first divine general. When the news came out, the world was shocked. Now, Yellow Ox was able to fight evenly with the first divine general. One could only imagine how strong this Yellow Ox was. Many people realized that Yellow Ox was extraordinary. It was a demonic beast, but it had the attacking means of humans. It was quite strange. This Yellow Ox is not simple. It must have obtained a secret technique from the Prime Sovereign. That's right. At first glance, it seems to be attacking with brute force, but if you look carefully, each of its hooves can easily block the first divine general's attack path. Amazing. Everyone was impressed by Yellow Ox. Master, while fighting with the first divine general, Yellow Ox transmitted a message to Fang Chen. There were also 3 divine generals who were eyeing Fang Chen covetously. "Kill him for me." In the sky, the first divine general gave a death order. The 3 divine generals formed a triangle and surrounded Fang Chen. "Retreat first." Black Bear was the weakest in the group and could not resist the might of the divine generals. Therefore, he did not try to be brave and retreated far away. "Your injuries have healed." Fang Chen looked at the Imperial Demon Divine General mockingly. The latter's heart trembled, and he involuntarily retreated. "Imperial Demon." The other 2 frowned unhappily. As divine generals, it was humiliating to be scared away by a yin essence stage ant. "This kid is strange. Let's work together and end this quickly." The Imperial Demon General had a feeling that Fang Chen had a huge secret. A long night would bring trouble. "PH, I think you're just scared out of your wits," one of the divine generals said. Divine General Mo Long died because he was too careless and underestimated the enemy. Another divine general curled his lips. "If the 3 of us work together, he will definitely die." The 3 divine generals were full of fighting spirit. Fang Chen shook his head, still standing with his hands behind his back. Aside from Yellow Ox and the first divine general, the other 4 battles in the sky were nearing their end. Mohan was the weakest and was at a disadvantage. However, it did not matter, as Yang Kuan had already suppressed his opponent. He only needed to kill young Kuan to help Mohan. As for the dark exterminating leopard and the python, it was also one-sided. Their opponents did not even have a chance to catch their breaths. Only now did everyone realize that this small team could not be underestimated. I wonder how strong this fellow is as the leader of this small team. He shouldn't be too weak. Otherwise, why would the 3 consummation demonic beasts and young Kuan Mohan recognize him as their master? Even if they were beaten to death, they would not believe that Fang Chen was a yin essence stage cultivator. Although you are weak, I don't mind sending you to meet Divine General Mo Long, Fang Chen said. You are courting death. The 3 divine generals executed terrifying attacks at Fang Chen. Whoosh! Just as everyone's eyes widened, a resplendent sword light shot out from the 3 terrifying attacks. Rip! The sword light was indestructible. It pierced through the Imperial Demon Divine General's attack and pierced through his head at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! By the time everyone reacted, they saw the Imperial Demon General fall to the ground. The air was filled with an unprecedented chill. Even the battles in the other areas came to an abrupt end. The Divine Generals were dumbfounded. The Imperial Demon Divine General fell with one sword. Chapter 34-37. In the Silent Land, Fang Chen stood proudly. Wherever his gaze landed, there was no one who didn't evade. It was too shocking, too terrifying, and too unbelievable. He had killed the Imperial Demon Divine General with just one sword. Even the first Divine General was shocked to see such a heaven-defying technique. After a long while, the crowd finally reacted. Damn it! How dare you kill the Imperial Demon Divine General? You are dead meat. The Scenic Demon Palace was the absolute ruler of the Scenic Demon territory. The divine generals under its command were second only to Lord Mo Dao. In the eyes of the divine generals, they represented the Scenic Demon Palace. Killing a divine general was equivalent to going against the Scenic Demon Palace. Until now, they were still naive enough to think that Fang Chen would be afraid of the Scenic Demon Palace. Kid, kill yourself quickly to atone for your sins. Otherwise, you will not be able to withstand the wrath of the Scenic Demon Palace. The remaining 2 divine generals who were attacking Fang Chen said angrily. In the distance, countless spectating warriors were also in deep thought. The divine general of the Scenic Demon Palace was dead. The world was about to change. Kill. The red glass sword was in his hand. Crack. Another divine general was killed by the sword light. No. There were 3 divine generals who were attacking Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them had fallen. The remaining divine general was terrified. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to escape from this troublesome place. However, it was too late. Swoosh! Fang Chen swung his sword again. The terrifying sword light broke through the sky and pierced through the divine general's head. Rip! Fresh blood spurted out from the divine general's exploded head. His body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. At the same time, the other battlefields in the sky gradually came to an end. Boom! Yang Kuan was extremely powerful. He was on par with the first divine general. It was easy for him to deal with a mid-tier divine general. After a round of fighting, Yang Kuan found an opportunity to kill the divine general with a single strike. After that, he went to Mohan's side and joined forces with Mohan to kill another divine general. Ah! A miserable cry came from the sky. The python and the darkness-vanquishing leopard also killed their opponents. At this point, only the first divine general of the Scenic Demon Palace was left. This scene caused countless cultivators in the distance to tremble in fear. This guy. A white-haired old man suddenly appeared in the crowd. This person was the old man that Fang Chen had met before. I was planning to help him when he was in danger, but it seems like there's no need for that at all, the white-haired old man said. Boom! A deafening sound was heard as Yellow Ox forced the first divine general back with a single punch. Damn it! The first godly general steadied himself and glared at Fang Chen. He roared, "Who the hell are you?" At this moment, he did not believe that Fang Chen was just an ordinary yin essence stage martial artist. As he watched the divine generals die one by one, his heart burned with rage. However, The yellow ball in front of him was extremely powerful. It gave him an incomparably oppressive feeling. For the first time, he had the thought of retreating. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with flames. I am Jiyu Tianhua's younger brother, Jiyu Tianming. Fang Chen grinned. Yellow Ox staggered in midair. Yang Kuan and the others were speechless. Fang Chen was purposely making enemies for Jiyu Tianhua and the Jiyu clan ancestor behind him. One had to know that the other party was the famous Demon Scenic Palace. What a Jiyu Tianming! A cold glint flickered in the first godly general's eyes. My Demon Scenic Palace values your brother Jiyu Tianhua's potential. Not long ago, we invited him to join us. At that time, he agreed, saying that he would join us after leaving the War Demon continent. Now, he betrayed my Demon Scenic Palace in the blink of an eye. Good, very good. I want to see how your Jiyu clan can withstand my Demon Scenic Palace's anger. Now, the first godly general was venting all his anger on Jiyu Tianhua and the Jiyu clan ancestor. Fang Chen shrugged. This matter had nothing to do with him anyway. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Yellow Ox. The latter gave him an answer. Although Yellow Ox could suppress the first godly general, it could not kill him. The first godly general has a terrifying treasure on him. If he is forced into a corner, he might release it. At that time, we will all suffer. Yellow Ox's expression was solemn. However, he also told Fang Chen that the treasure was of great importance. Even the first godly general could not release it easily. Otherwise, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. Unless his own life was in danger, he would not act rashly. Hearing this, Fang Chen was relieved. At the same time, he was even more convinced that the treasure on the first godly general should not be released easily. What a pity. He originally wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, but now he had encountered such a thorny problem. Let's attack together. I wonder if we can catch him off guard? Fang Chen asked, still unwilling to give up. Yellow Ox shook his head. Brat, wait for my Demon Scenic Palace's anger. However, just as the two were discussing, the first godly general found an opportunity to shatter the void with a punch and escape amidst the chaos. Lord Mo Dao will not let you off. An angry voice came from afar. Everyone was shocked. They thought that there would be a great battle, but it ended in a flash. Let's go. Yellow Ox urged. Let's leave this place quickly. The group of people quickly disappeared. Not long after they left, the mountain trembled as terrifying figures appeared from within the mountain. One of them was shrouded in a terrifying light. When he saw the corpses of the godly generals on the wasteland, his expression changed drastically. Who is it? An angry voice was heard. Mo Dao, it seems that your scenic demon weave is not peaceful either. Immediately after, a mocking voice was heard. To kill so many godly generals of your scenic demon palace in the scenic demon weave, I am also very curious as to who did it. On the mountain peak, there were several figures. They were the high and mighty 5 elemental Saint Realm experts. The battle for supremacy of the mountain had ended. Right now, Mo Dao was extremely angry. Whoosh! The first godly general returned with some injuries on his body. Lord Mo Dao! With a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness from Lord Mo Dao. After hearing this, the latter clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. With a stomp of his foot, the mountain peak shook and countless cracks appeared. The Jiyu family. Soon, Mo Dao regained his calm and suppressed his anger. Pass down the order. Do your best to search for the Jiyu family. Then, Mo Dao turned around and looked to the side. Everyone, the matter here has come to an end. Would you like to come to my residence for a chat? Forget it. I still have matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. I will also take my leave. Not long after, the 5 elements Saint Realm powerhouses left. On the mountain peak, Mo Dao stood proudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Not only did I not obtain the heaven-defying order, but I also lost so many godly generals. The interior of the mountain was completely sealed, and the outside world could not investigate at all. In front of a secret chamber, several figures suddenly appeared. They came in. Yang Kuan was stunned. They had followed He Xiong and did not expect to enter the mountain from another passage. Be careful. If you encounter Mo Dao, you are dead. Right now, they did not have the strength to fight against Mo Dao. Don't worry. The 5 elemental Saint Realm experts have already left. He Xiong told them what he knew. Creak. Pushing open the stone door, the secret chamber was empty except for a statue. It could be seen that a great battle had taken place here. They had a fierce battle here. Yellow Ox said. This was the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had fallen, and the statue was also the statue of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign. Using the World Destroyer painting, Fang Chen had successfully found the second half of the painting, which made him very excited. Unfortunately, some of the wealth left behind by the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had been taken away by Mo Dao and the others. He Xiong, where is the heaven-defying order? They didn't take it away, right? Fang Chen asked. He Xiong shook his head and knelt in front of the statue, then walked with complicated steps. 15 minutes later, the stone slab in front of the statue loosened. He Xiong opened it and saw an iron box. He opened the iron box and the heaven-defying order emitted a dazzling light. This is the heaven-defying order. Fang Chen fiddled with the heaven-defying order, somewhat puzzled. There was nothing special about the heaven-defying order. The word defying was written on the front and a glorious palace was drawn on the back. The heaven-defying order only has one function, and that is to recommend. He Xiong said. Only those with the heaven-defying order can participate in the assessment of the heaven-defying alliance. Otherwise, the heaven-defying order will ignore you. In other words, the heaven-defying order was the first step to joining the heaven-defying alliance, and it was also a very important step. Fang Chen put away the heaven-defying order. Is there anything else here? He Xiong shook his head. The destruction here was too serious. Even the statue of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign was destroyed. Whoosh. There was a faint trace of sword light in the statue's eyes. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and carefully sensed it. He felt a faintly discernible World Destroyer aura. Then, he involuntarily displayed the World Destroyer sword art. Whoosh. One sword light after another, exuding a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Fang Chen fell into a state of epiphany and constantly displayed the World Destroyer sword art. Master, Yang Kuan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yellow Ox. Don't disturb Master. He is using the sword chi left behind by the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign to comprehend the World Destroyer sword art. At the same time, he sighed calmly. As expected of our master. His potential is really frightening. In confusion, Fang Chen felt as if he had entered the World Destroyer scroll. The middle scroll slowly unfolded. The wind blew and the grass rustled. Sword chi wantonly rampaged. Each sword light contained a different World Destroyer intent. And Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued to wield the sword. This state lasted for about 3 days. Boom. At a certain moment after 3 days, he finally opened his eyes. The red glass sword in his hand used a strange method to display the World Destroyer fourth sword art. Crack. The earth shook, the secret room shook, and the sword chi rampaged. So strong. Yellow Ox's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Fang Chen's strength was getting stronger and more unfathomable. Stopping his sword dance, Fang Chen bowed to the statue to express his gratitude. With the help of the World Destroyer sword chi, he had mastered 2 moves of the middle scroll, the World Destroyer fourth sword art and the fifth sword art. His strength had soared again. Congratulations, Master. Not far away, Yellow Ox, Python, Dark Extermination Leopard, and Yang Kuan Mo congratulated Fang Chen on his improvement. Fang Chen nodded. This time, he had gained a lot. Most importantly, he had obtained the heaven-defying token, subdued 3 monsters at the Great Perfection level, and 2 humans at the Great Perfection level. Chapter 34-38. In the spacious secret chamber, there was only a statue that was undamaged. After standing in front of the statue for a long time, Fang Chen finally came back to his senses. It seemed to have sensed the destruction painting and the destruction sword chi on him. Therefore, an obscure aura emerged from the statue and drilled into his mind. After receiving this information, he finally understood the relationship between the Prime Sovereign and the primordial chaos. Do all the experts of the God's Fall battlefield want to enter the primordial chaos? Fang Chen had obtained a very important secret. This was simply too shocking for him. The Prime Sovereign was the descendant of the ancient era's destruction Supreme Wind and had a good relationship with the Sky One Sword Emperor. It was said that there was a very important secret hidden in the primordial chaos. The God's Fall battlefield was closely related to the primordial chaos. However, the Prime Sovereign was too weak and hadn't reached the Five Elements Saint Realm, so he didn't know the specific situation. Fang Chen clenched his fists. The only thing he was happy about was that the God's Fall battlefield was very powerful. The God's Fall battlefield had a very strong binding force. It was virtually impossible for ordinary people to leave if they wanted to. Even an elite of the Five Elements Saint Realm would have to pay a hefty price to leave. Moreover, from the information left behind by the Prime Sovereign, the primordial chaos was too weak and its laws were incomplete. It was very difficult for it to withstand the power of a Five Elements Saint Realm expert. If they rashly entered, they would directly cause the primordial chaos to collapse. This was also why no Five Elements Saint Realm expert had entered the primordial chaos for countless years. Occasionally, there would be Yin-Yang Origin Realm experts who entered by mistake. It seems that the primordial chaos isn't as simple as it seems. Fang Chen made up his mind to increase his strength. The primordial chaos was his hometown and he wouldn't allow anyone to enter. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, he gathered his thoughts. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, the primordial chaos hadn't encountered any great danger yet. However, Fang Chen felt that there would be a day when the primordial chaos and the God's Fall battlefield collided. At that time, the two different civilizations would collide. Master! Yang Kuan's voice sounded in Fang Chen's ears and woke him up. This independent space seems to be collapsing. It's time for us to leave. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. It's a pity that the yin and yang pills were taken away by Mo Dao and the others. Fang Chen pursed his lips. For the current him, the yin-yang pill was very important. However, Mo Dao and the rest were extremely powerful. He did not dare to rashly provoke them either. Suddenly, some figures appeared on the barren land. The battle for the ruins has come to an end. Scenic Devil Palace has already left. The others are also leaving one after another. Yang Kuan said. The space was about to collapse, and no one was willing to stay here. The Scenic Devil Palace has lost so many divine generals this time. They will definitely be furious. Master, be careful. The Scenic Devil Palace will most likely send experts to guard the Battle Devil continent. Mohan whispered. Beside him, Black Bear also nodded. A few days later, Fang Chen and the others finally found the exit and returned to the Battle Demon continent. Whoosh! As soon as he came out of the War Demon continent, he could feel the independent space behind him crumbling. Turning around, Fang Chen sighed. Boom! It was also at this moment that a cold killing intent suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, an angry roar was heard. Fang Chen looked up and saw a giant figure diving down from the sky. Not good. Yang Kuan cried out in his heart as he desperately stood in front of Fang Chen. Crack! However, the power contained in the giant palm was too strong. He could not match it at all. With a bang, Yang Kuan and Mohan both crashed into the mountain peak and were heavily injured. Roar! With Yellow Ox as the leader, the three demonic beasts showed their might. Master, leave quickly. We will stop him. Yellow Ox roared into the sky. Its hooves stepped on the air, smoke coming out of its nostrils. Its two horns emitted a terrifying aura as it rushed towards the giant figure in the sky. Behind it, the python transformed into its true form. Its body was 100 feet long as it floated in the air, wanting to entangle the giant figure. The Dark Annihilation Leopard activated its bloodline power and let out an invincible roar. The three demonic beasts were all at the Great Perfection level and were only one step away from the Five Elements Sacred Realm. At this moment, they joined forces and actually blocked the giant palm that was diving down. Crack! The giant palm shattered. Yellow Ox bore the brunt and launched an attack. Those below the Saint Realm are all ants. In the sky, the giant figure said coldly. Whoosh. After seeing the giant figure, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Mo Dao would personally take action, but now it seemed that it was just his projection. Arrogant. Fang Chen grinned. As a five-elements sacred realm expert, Mo Dao was too arrogant and thought that those below the Saint Realm were all ants. Let's end this quickly. Fang Chen also joined the battle. Although it was just a projection, after all, his true body had the strength of a five-elements sacred realm expert. It would be difficult to defeat the projection. Roar. Yellow Ox roared and kicked out its hooves, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The python swung its tail and fiercely whipped the giant figure. The Dark Annihilation Leopard took the opportunity to activate its bloodline power. It stood on the python and formed a joint attack with the python. Die. The giant figure said coldly. Its palm turned into an illusion and suddenly pressed down. A terrifying power swept across the entire War Demon continent. The martial artists who had not yet left the War Demon continent felt their hearts palpitate. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of a five-elements sacred realm expert? It's just a projection, but it's already so powerful. Everyone trembled. They kept retreating, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. However, at this moment, in the sky above the War Demon continent, three demonic beasts and Fang Chen were working together to fight the projection. Heavenly Star Swordsmanship. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning instantly appeared in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. 8 dazzling sword lights merged with the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, bursting forth with the most powerful force. Whoosh! Fang Chen stomped his foot, and the red glass sword shot out. Seeing this scene, the giant figure also let out a soft cry of surprise. He did not expect a Yin Essence Realm martial artist to have such high attainments in swordsmanship. Crack! The 8th level of the Heavenly Star Swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Together with Yellow Ox and the others, they defeated the giant palm. At this moment, the giant figure was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it spoke. You have some ability. The giant figure stood high above, looking down at Fang Chen. It was like the giant figure could see through all of Xiao Chen's secrets with one glance. You killed my Devil Scenic Palace's divine general. Originally, you deserved death. The giant figure changed the topic and said, however, as the Devil Scenic Palace's palace master, I'm giving you a chance. Be my servant, and I will spare your life. Clearly, the Devil Scenic Palace's divine general saw Fang Chen's potential. A mere Yin Essence Realm martial artist could block one of the Devil Scenic Palace's attacks. Although Xiao Chen had the help of the Yellow Ox Python and the Dark Destruction Leopard, his true combat prowess already surpassed many consummation cultivators. He could be considered the strongest person below the Sage Realm. Hence, Mo Dao wanted to take Xiao Chen in as his subordinate. Mo Dao alone could fight against all the divine generals. Benefits came first. This was Mo Dao's first rule. Although the death of the divine general had a great impact on him, he was also furious. However, after seeing Fang Chen's impressive potential, Mo Dao decided to take in Fang Chen as his servant and have him work for him. Serve my Devil Scenic Palace for 10 billion years, and you can atone for your crimes. Mo Dao's words were filled with threats. Humph! You want my master to be your servant? Dream on. The Yellow Ox mooed, appearing very displeased. Mo Dao ignored the Yellow Ox and stared at Fang Chen, waiting for his reply. At the edge of the War Demon continent, countless cultivators hiding in the dark discussed this matter. This fellow is really lucky. He killed a divine general. Originally, he would have died. Who could have imagined that Lord Mo Dao would take a fancy to him? After joining the Devil Scenic Palace, with his potential, he will definitely reach the Sage Realm in the future. At that time, he will definitely become one of the strongest experts in the Devil Scenic Weave. His future is limitless. Almost everyone believed that Fang Chen had no other choice but to lower his head. I dare to bet that if he refuses, he will definitely die. That's right. Even if he can fight against Lord Mo Dao's projection for a short time with the 3 demonic beasts working together, they will definitely lose over time. Robes fluttered in the wind. Fang Chen held the red glass sword, brimming with fighting spirit. Be your servant for 10 billion years. Fang Chen sneered. Not to mention a projection, even if Mo Dao himself was here, he was not qualified to make him a servant. You seem to have made up your mind, Mo Dao said indifferently, as if everything was under his control. Fang Chen nodded. Whoosh. Without another word, he slashed out with his sword. Crack. Suddenly, the void shattered, and a thick sword light whizzed out. You're courting death. Mo Dao was furious. He turned his hand and slammed it on the sword light, causing a deafening sound. Apocalypse swordsmanship. Fang Chen did not want to delay as he was afraid that Mo Dao himself would come. Therefore, he used the Apocalypse swordsmanship. Apocalypse fourth sword. The mighty sword Qi shrouded the world like darkness descending. A white light tore through the darkness. Dawn had arrived. Whoosh. The sword light pierced through Mo Dao's palm, but it was blocked in the end. This is, Mo Dao recognized the Apocalypse swordsmanship and roared in anger. You got the inheritance. Then, Mo Dao went completely crazy and attacked Fang Chen like a madman. Master, the 3 of us can use our special abilities to restrain Mo Dao for a short time. How about you be the main attacker? Yellow Ox said. Soon, the 3 beasts, Yellow Ox, Python, and Dark Annihilation Leopard, used their special abilities. Behind them, 3 huge shadows appeared. They were on the same level as Mo Dao's projection. They were in a triangular position and used a joint battle formation to firmly lock Mo Dao. Even the void was imprisoned. Do it. Yellow Ox roared. At this moment, 2 cold sword lights pierced over. Apocalypse fifth sword. First level of the Heavenly Star swordsmanship. The 2 sword techniques instantly burst out and complemented each other. They climbed into the red glass sword at an incredible speed. Crack. The red glass sword stabbed over as fast as lightning, and the sealed space also shattered. After Mo Dao regained his freedom, he roared and was about to counterattack, but he was drowned by the monstrous sword Qi. Whoosh. The 2 sword lights pierced through his chest one after another. Ah! Mo Dao roared angrily. He was very unwilling. You're courting death. His shadow was collapsing. It could no longer withstand the power. Hiss. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, his projection completely collapsed. My true body will be here soon. None of you can escape. Mo Dao's angry voice spread. Go. Chapter 34-39. A violent wind blew. Fang Chen was alone, quickly moving on the vast land. Although the war demon continent was large, it was extremely dilapidated. One couldn't see the end of it at a glance. At this moment, Fang Chen only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape from the war demon continent. Faster, faster. Fang Chen said anxiously. He had already activated the rock movement technique to the extreme. Ordinary perfected warriors might not be able to catch up with him. I must escape before Mo Dao comes to the war demon continent. Although the yellow bull python and the dark destruction leopard could entangle Mo Dao for a short period of time, he was still a 5-element elementalist. However, that was a super expert of the 5 elements sacred realm after all. He might have some super powerful techniques or powerful weapons. Once he was stopped, there would be endless trouble. Although the divine generals of the scenic demon palace had fallen, their foundation could not be ignored. Just as Fang Chen was moving, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Can I? He raised his head, looked ahead, and muttered. The next moment, he began to try and release the half-perfect bloodline. The terrifying bloodline carried the suppression from the primordial spirit level and swept out, completely enveloping Fang Chen. Evolve! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The half-perfect bloodline around him was actually changing. Not long after, a trace of the rock bloodline aura appeared. He was evolving the rock bloodline. The rock movement technique was the supreme movement technique of the rock clan. It was extremely fast. If it was compatible with the rock bloodline, its speed would soar. Buzz. Before this, Fang Chen had never thought of it. In a few seconds, Fang Chen felt the birth of the rock bloodline. He raised his hand, and a wisp of bloodline aura lay in his palm. It's a little thin. Fang Chen curled his lips. Because of the urgent situation, he could only evolve the thin rock bloodline. It was very difficult to evolve the true rock bloodline of the ancient times. With his current strength, he might not succeed. Even so, it's enough. Fang Chen stomped his foot and circulated the thin rock bloodline. His speed soared to the extreme. He could clearly feel that the rock movement technique was evolving. Sure enough, it works. Fang Chen was overjoyed. After the evolution of the rock body technique was completed, Fang Chen discovered that his speed had increased by 30%. This was a terrifying statistic. Originally, his speed was already above that of a great perfection expert. Now that the great rock movement technique had evolved, coupled with the rock bloodline, his speed was comparable to that of a 5-element Saint Realm super expert. Let's go. With this layer of protection, Fang Chen was full of confidence. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the battle demon continent. Heavens! From the beginning, Fang Chen's speed had already shocked many experts. How can this guy's speed be so fast? Even Master Immortal Refinement and other experts who are good at speed can't catch up to him, right? Of course, there were also some people who were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. This kid is too arrogant. Not only did he kill the Divine General of Devil's Cape Palace, he even destroyed Lord Mo Dao's projection. This is a grudge that will not rest until one of them is dead. Although his speed is incomparably fast, who is Lord Mo Dao? He can suppress him in a matter of minutes. These people shook their heads. Fang Chen's current speed was at most at the level of a great perfection expert, incomparable to a Saint Realm expert. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. His speed has increased again. This voice was like a bomb, exploding in the crowd. Everyone's eyes looked into the distance. Dust flew, and the space was in chaos. They could vaguely see a tall figure floating away. 30%. How is that possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This fact was beyond everyone's expectations. After the shock, everyone realized a problem. That was, the sky of Devil's Cape Weave was about to change. Fang Chen's speed had increased by 30%, comparable to Lord Mo Dao. How could the latter catch up? Once he escaped, there would be no end of trouble. This guy has already become a legend. Some old men shook their heads and muttered to themselves. Boom. Not long after, a terrifying aura descended on the battle demon continent. Mo Dao's body was burning with flames, and he was extremely angry. His powerful consciousness swept across the battle demon continent, but he did not find any trace of Fang Chen. You can't escape. He did not believe that there was someone in Devil's Cape Weave who dared to challenge his authority. No matter where you go, no one can save you. It was not until a long time after Mo Dao left that the battle demon continent gradually returned to peace. This news quickly spread throughout the Devil's Cape Weave. Many people were waiting for the news. However, ever since Fang Chen left the battle demon continent, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No one could find him. Even Mo Dao had returned empty-handed. When the news came out of Devil's Cape Palace, Mo Dao was furious. He had already issued an order that anyone who could provide Jiyu Tianming's specific location could become his personal disciple. Those who could provide the location of Jiyu Tianhua and the Jiyu family ancestor could become his in-name disciple. When the news came out, the entire Devil's Cape Weave was in an uproar. One had to know that Mo Dao was a saint. As the Palace Lord of Devil's Cape Palace, he was the absolute ruler of the Devil's Cape Weave. Being able to become his disciple indicated that one's future was limitless. Many people were fighting for this opportunity. I absolutely can't miss it. This was the thought of many people. At the same time, a frenzy of people searching for Fang Chen swept through every corner of the Devil's Cape Weave. 10 days later, news spread that the Jiyu family ancestor and Jiyu Tianhua's location had been exposed. Lord Mo Dao personally came and fought with the Jiyu family ancestor. The latter had a top sacred treasure that could release an unparalleled domain. After the Jiyu family ancestor was severely injured by Lord Mo Dao, He used a domain sacred treasure to send Jiyu Tianhua out of the Devil's Cape weave. As for the Jiyu family ancestor, he knew that he could not escape, so he simply pestered Mo Dao with all his might. In the end, the Jiyu family ancestor died, and Jiyu Tianhua's whereabouts were unknown. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Fang Chen, I, Jiyu Tianhua, swear that I will kill you in this life. After leaving the Devil's Cape weave and finding a safe place to stay, Jiyu Tianhua was furious when he heard the news. His Jiyu family had no grudges with the Devil's Cape palace, but they had been tricked by Fang Chen. Even if he explained to Mo Dao face to face, it was useless. The latter did not listen at all and directly attacked. Ancestor, I will avenge you. Jiyu Tianhua was cold, his eyes scarlet as he said in a deep voice. With that, he leaped and disappeared into the darkness. During this period of time, the outside world was in an uproar. As for Fang Chen, after disguising himself, he quietly came to the ancient immortal continent. On a mountain peak with thick smoke billowing, there was a dazzling palace. This was the palace of Master Immortal Refinement. Inside the palace, in a courtyard. Master Immortal Refinement, how have you been? Fang Chen looked at the white-haired elder opposite him and cupped his fists. He did not expect that the white-haired elder he met in the War Demon continent was Master Immortal Refinement. Mo Dao has already gone crazy, and you still dare to show yourself. Master Immortal Refinement said. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Mo Dao your whereabouts? Fang Chen shook his head. The reason he took such a huge risk to find Master Immortal Refinement was because he was confident. He was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed. Back then, I met the Tianyi Sword Emperor once. Although we were not familiar with each other, his passing resolved my crisis. Master Immortal Refinement said. Therefore, he was grateful. When he found Fang Chen in the War Demon continent, he took the initiative to show himself and befriend him. Fang Chen took out the broken star-hidden sword and said, Master Immortal Refinement, to tell you the truth, this junior came to find you this time because of this. Fang Chen went straight to the point. His purpose was to reforge the star-hidden sword. After learning about the fate between Master Immortal Refinement and the Tianyi Sword Emperor, he was no longer worried that the latter would tell on him. This sword is very sharp. I can help you reforge it. Master Immortal Refinement took the broken sword and nodded. It was not difficult for him to do such a thing. Master, can you help me add some Termination Soldier spiritual liquid? Fang Chen asked. Oh, you have Termination Soldier spiritual liquid? Master Immortal Refinement was also surprised. I got some by luck. Fang Chen did not mention that he had a large amount of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. If it absorbs 100 drops of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid, I'm confident that it can reach the level of a holy treasure. Moreover, it won't be an ordinary holy treasure. Master Immortal Refinement smiled. If there's more Termination Soldier spiritual liquid, I can even make it reach the level of a pinnacle holy treasure. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Senior, may I ask how much Termination Soldier spiritual liquid you need? Master Immortal Refinement extended a finger. At least 10,000 drops. Success rate, 50%. If there was more Termination Soldier spiritual liquid, the success rate would naturally increase. There were not many pinnacle holy treasures even in the scenic demon dominion. What if I add 10,000 drops? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. 80%. Master Immortal Refinement said. 80% success rate was already his limit. Even if he added more Termination Soldier spiritual liquid, his chances of winning would not increase. After all, reforging a weapon was much more difficult than refining a new one. Fang Chen took out 30,000 drops of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. 20,000 drops will be used to reforge my weapon. The remaining 10,000 drops will be your reward, Grandmaster. This, Master Immortal Refinement wanted to decline, but when he saw Fang Chen's firm attitude, he finally accepted it. To be honest, 10,000 drops of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid was a great gift to him. Alright, I won't say anything courteous. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just ask. Master Immortal Refinement said straightforwardly. He also told Fang Chen to wait in the palace with peace of mind. He would collect the other materials needed to reforge the hidden star sword. 3 months. This was the time Master Immortal Refinement gave Fang Chen. Reforging was simple, but absorbing the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid was a little time-consuming. Master Immortal Refinement did not want to be too careless. "Thank you, Master." Master Immortal Refinement was willing to help him reforge his weapon in order to repay the Sky One Sword Emperor's kindness. This was a huge risk of offending the Scenic Demon Palace and Mo Dao. Fang Chen was naturally very grateful, so he gave 10,000 drops of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. After all, he had plenty of this stuff. After raiding Old Gaol Corpse's lair, he had more than 1,000,000 drops of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. Chapter 3440. The Immortal Tempering Mountain was located a little to the east of the ancient Immortal Continent. The climate here was extremely hot all year round. But today, it was snowing heavily in the vicinity of the Immortal Tempering Mountain. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This was a phenomenon from the heavens. 3,000 years. It had not snowed for 3,000 years. The falling snow covered the Immortal Tempering Mountain in a thick layer of silver frost. Some martial artists in the surrounding cities were secretly guessing what was going on. Why was it snowing in the Immortal Tempering Mountain? And why was it snowing so heavily? Countless martial artists were looking at the miracle from afar. Of course, there were also those who thought that something was amiss. The Lord of Luo City was one of them. He hovered above Luo City, his dark eyes looking toward the northeast. He frowned slightly as he looked at the snowflakes in the sky. He seemed to be in deep thought. After a long time, the weather here is very hot all year round. The last time it snowed was 3,000 years ago. The Lord of Luo City recalled. I remember that Master Immortal Refinement's refining had a qualitative leap and broke through to a higher level, which caused the phenomenon of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, the Lord of Luo City's eyes showed a trace of shock. The current Master Immortal Refinement was considered the strongest blacksmith in the entire ancient Immortal Continent and even the Scenic Demon Weave. He was the only powerhouse who had a chance of refining an origin weapon. Could this snow be a phenomenon caused by Master Immortal Refinement? The Lord of Luo City's heart trembled, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. If the truth was as he guessed, it would be a little scary. No matter what, I must let Lord Yuanshin know about this. Soon, the Lord of Luo City took out a communication token and sent the news to Lord Yuanshin. Not long after, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, and a burly figure appeared out of thin air. Greetings, Lord Yuanshin. The Lord of Luo City saw this person and immediately greeted him respectfully. Yuanshin looked up at the Immortal Tempering Mountain. That old thing broke through? The Lord of Luo City did not dare to speak. After all, standing in front of him was one of the 2 giants of the ancient Immortal Continent, Lord Yuanshin. He knew very well that Lord Yuanshin had a strange temper. If he said the wrong thing, he would die without a doubt. Last time, when I fought against him, although I was barely able to suppress him, I also felt the pressure. Yuanshin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. If he breaks through again, won't he no longer fear me? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Yuanshin's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and arrived at the Immortal Smelting Mountain. On the Immortal Training Mountain, many of the servants were also curious. Why would it snow again 3 years ago on the Immortal Training Mountain? At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the secret chamber, suddenly opened his eyes. Who? His entire body was vaguely enveloped by an incomparably powerful sword aura. He gently opened his palm. Immediately, a vast amount of sword aura gathered before his palm and transformed into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. In the end, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning transformed into snowflakes. If anyone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because the snowflakes in Fang Chen's palm were exactly the same as the snowflakes in the sky above the Immortal Refinement Mountain. I didn't expect the Heavenly Star Sword technique to contain such laws. I'm truly amazed. Even a genius swordsman like Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Ancestor Tian Chen's comprehension of sword principle was much stronger than his. In fact, the difference between the 8th level and the 9th level of the Heavenly Star Sword technique is not that big. Fang Chen muttered. The 8th level required one to comprehend wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and then mix them together to unleash it. The 9th level allowed the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to undergo a fundamental change. This was the so-called heaven and earth phenomenon. With a flick of his wrist, the snowflakes fell to the ground and melted instantly. At the same time, the snow on the Immortal Refinement Mountain stopped. The snowflakes on the ground disappeared completely in an instant. I wonder how Master Immortal Refinement's preparations are going. After comprehending the 9th level of the Heavenly Star Sword technique, Fang Chen was in a good mood and was ready to go out for a walk. It stopped. Yuan Xin, who had just ascended the Immortal Refinement Mountain, saw this scene and was even more certain that the heaven and earth phenomenon was caused by Master Immortal Refinement. An old friend has come to visit. Master Immortal Refinement, please come out for a chat. A thunderous voice spread throughout the entire Immortal Refinement Mountain. All the servants heard it clearly. Deng deng deng. A servant walked out of the palace. Lord Yuan Xin, Master went out not long ago and has yet to return. Yuan Xin frowned. Buzz. A powerful divine sense enveloped the Immortal Refinement Mountain. Hey! He thought that Master Immortal Refinement was unwilling to see him, so he used his powerful divine sense to check. However, just as his divine sense enveloped the Immortal Refinement Mountain, he saw a shocking scene. Why does that guy look so familiar? Suddenly, Yuan Xin's heart skipped a beat. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Jiyu Tianming? Yuan Xin recognized Fang Chen. Soon, he understood. The Demon Scenic Palace is frantically searching for him, but his hiding here? Yuan Xin's eyes darted around as a perfect plan appeared in his mind. With that old bastard Immortal Refinement around, I can't completely control the ancient Immortal Continent. If he dies, it'll be the best for me. Moreover, Fang Chen was a major criminal of the Demon Scenic Palace. If he could suppress him and hand him over to Lord Mo Dao, he could become his personal disciple. Yuan Xin was excited at the thought. That was Lord Mo Dao's personal disciple. His status was much higher than his current status. Don't make any noise when you walk. Yuan Xin turned to look at the Luo City Lord. Let's go. The Luo City Lord nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment he turned, Yuan Xin's palm stabbed into his chest. The Luo City Lord would never have dreamed that Yuan Xin would attack him. Bang! The Luo City Lord's body fell to the ground. Yuan Xin informed the servants of the Immortal Refinement Mountain that the Luo City Lord had offended Master Immortal Refinement, and he was asking Master Immortal Refinement to attack him. After that, he barged into the Immortal Refinement Mountain. Yuan Xin? Fang Chen frowned when he heard Yuan Xin's voice. Buzz. At that moment, his surroundings were suddenly sealed by an array. Fang Chen turned around and saw a mocking face. Kid, you've really hidden yourself well. Yuan Xin walked over step by step. Yuan Xin looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. As long as he could suppress him, he could become Lord Mo Dao's personal disciple. Instantly, Fang Chen understood Yuan Xin's intention. He had been careless. However, he also wanted to kill Yuan Xin. Before the hidden star sword was completed, he could not expose his identity. Glancing at the array around him, Fang Chen smiled faintly. What? You want to kill me? Being Lord Mo Dao's personal disciple? Who can deal with this condition? Furthermore, Yuan Xin had another idea if he wanted to deal with Fang Chen. He had heard of Fang Chen's various deeds with his own ears. Therefore, he guessed that Fang Chen must have some valuable treasures on him. Once he killed him, he could obtain those treasures. Since you know me, you should know that I have more than one great perfection expert by my side. Fang Chen shrugged. How are you going to kill me? Yuan Xin was also a great perfection expert, but his strength was not as strong as the first divine general. Since I dared to come to you, I naturally have something to rely on. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Xin's wrist shook, and a palm-sized mirror suddenly appeared. Rip! A dazzling light shot out from the mirror and enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had been invaded. A sacred treasure that can erode the primordial spirit? Seeing that Fang Chen did not move, Yuan Shin laughed loudly. Kid, trapped by my mirror, no one can do anything to you. Fang Chen shook his head. I don't need anyone to deal with you. My sword is enough. In fact, Fang Chen also wanted to use Yuan Shin to practice. I have just mastered the 9th sword of the heavenly star sword art. I'll use you as a starting point. Swoosh! The red glass sword flashed, and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appeared in the sky. Then, they quickly turned into snowflakes and surrounded the hidden star sword. What? Seeing this scene, Yuan Shin turned pale with fright. He thought of the vision of heaven and earth on the immortal tempering mountain. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. You caused the vision of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was too late to find out now. The sword mixed with wind and snow was as fast as lightning. Yuan Shin did not have any chance to dodge and was directly pierced by the sword. Boom! The moment his body fell, the mirror exploded. If I die, let's die together. However, when the power of the mirror's explosion approached Fang Chen, it was blocked by an invisible force. A long spear suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. That's the sacred treasure coiling dawn spear? Yuan Shin exclaimed. Unfortunately, he could no longer support his body. You killed. Yuan Shin knew what the sacred treasure coiling dawn spear meant. However, now that it appeared in his hands, it meant that Lord Modao's son was already dead. He wanted to spread the news, but unfortunately, he could not. Bang! One of the 2 giants of the ancient immortal continent, Yuan Shin, had fallen. Rip! He put away Yuan Shin's Sumeru ring and destroyed his body, then removed the array formation restriction. A few days later, the immortal tempering mountain was as calm as usual. Master Immortal Tempering had returned. He told Fang Chen that he had encountered some difficulties in the process of collecting the materials. What? Only this material is missing. In the entire Scenic Demon Weave, other than Scenic Demon Palace, only that person has it. Master Immortal Tempering shook his head. He even took out the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid to make a deal, but was rejected. Did he have any conditions? Fang Chen asked. Master Immortal Refinement shook his head. This person has a strange personality. He once said that as long as it was someone he liked, he could take the materials and use them. However, Fang Chen rubbed his forehead when he heard that. This was indeed a little difficult. If he made a request, he could try to fulfill it. This, liked him? Who knows what kind of person you'd find pleasing to your eyes? Clearly, he did not like Master Immortal Refinement. How about robbing him? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Master Immortal Refinement's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shook his head. Absolutely not. Although this person is at the Yin-Yang Origin realm, his status is too high. Even Scenic Demon Palace is not willing to offend him. Oh! Fang Chen was stunned.